I mean, it's just a slip and 2 short mid-wickets are the sort of catching fielders. Renshaw now is quite a long way from the bat. He's still got the helmet on. And there's a bit of protection out there square on the offside on the boundary, but at the moment, batting as Gregory just tries a few hunches. It doesn't look too taxing.
Yeah, they've got the deficit below 150 now.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to eke out a wicket, probably from batsman error, possibly by just changing bowling left, right and centre, but it's not looking dangerous at the moment.
Another single here.
Yeah, but there's a big gap between slip and Shoaib as extra cover, and there's a boundary fielder at square cover, but between first slip, who's Gregory, and Shoaib, there's a wide open space ripe for singles.
Can they make another breakthrough before lunch, Somerset? Got just over 5 minutes to do it.
That's better. He liked that, did Gregory, at first slip? Well, all three have been more or less all right on target. I mean, his ideal, what we were trying to do, Lammonby, and he sort of has done it occasionally, is just to get that ball to swing back in and hit that knee roll. That one just offered fractionally. So he wants to aim at the stumps, preferably with a little bit of in-swing to the right-hander. That, however, offers a bit of width, but they have protection, so it's just a single. But they won't worry about that knots. Progress is pretty serene at the moment. I guess that the big gun's Overton really. He'll have a little go. It's not worth getting him wound up for 1 over, so he'll come probably after lunch and have another dart after lunch. But these two have batted really well on what seems like an increasingly benign surface.
Yeah, it does look like that. He produced the ball of the morning, Craig Overton, to take the wicket.
Yeah.
And Pretorius could easily have snaffled another.
No, he got the ball through at nice pace and beat the bat once or twice right at the start. The other thing that Lammonby could do, and I'm being mildly cynical now, is if his left arm over, he got some bigger boots, just create a bit of rough outside that off stump. But it takes a while. This is a pretty hard surface. We've had 2 and a bit days of cricket, and we're looking at the footmarks from up here, and they're not that pronounced. And they're the same colour as the pitch, so that suggests there's no real dampness there.
Yeah. Bashir continuing from the river end. Be a run here. Out to long on.
It's 50 for Clark, and a very polished innings. He's been in great nick this summer. And that's very high quality batting, really. He's not looked troubled at all. He's
88 deliveries.
Yeah, well, that's in the situation, that's scoring pretty quickly. He's just played everything on its merit. And if anything's off target, he has hit it before. He's made it look pretty simple out there, and he looks like he is a man in form, and he looks like one.
Yeah, he batted well in the first innings.
Yeah, and he's got runs leading up to this game, lots of them.
Will Young in action in the meantime, finding the man at square leg alongside umpire David Milnes. Again, that won't be a run. David Milnes has got his collar up.
He has. It looks like he's got a mask on, but I think it looks like Phantom from the Opera, actually. So you can't see the side of his face. He's got a big collar. Might have a tracksuit underneath his white coat, I think. Nice variety from Shoaib. There really isn't much help there for him. He's doing all he can. He's on target by and large and varying his pace a bit, but not much help. He needs the batsman to make a mistake.
Not that time.
No.
And will the collar come down now? It will.
Just fractionally, is it? Yeah.
David Milnes comes into the bowler's end. I had a nice chat with him last year, actually. I think he was the fourth umpire at Lord's in the Test match. And
right.
I was sort of sat at the front of the pavilion, and he came and sat beside me. He had a box of balls, just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah, and had a bit of a chat, which was very enjoyable. He's a fine bowler.
Yeah, he was... I don't think he played for England, but he was always on the cusp of playing for England, quite quick. And he looked like a fast bowler too, quite swarthy and forthright.
Yep.
And no doubt he's a good umpire too. Oh.
Lammonby's going to go past him now.
It's okay, he's on target, Lammonby.
This will probably be the last over before lunch. 12:57 on the scoreboard.
Yep.
So it's been
hard work for Somerset, and this pair played with great judgment and looking to have plenty of time. Really, they survived the opening threat of Overton, who got that one wicket with a lovely ball to dismiss Hamid. They got through that, and it's been relatively plain sailing ever since.
Yeah, apart from a couple of play and misses against Pretorius, there's not been much else that's got past the bat.
No.
As Notts can reasonably say it's been their morning, just the one breakthrough for Somerset.
It has, yeah, I think that's right. Davey sprawling on the deep third man boundary, saves one run. It's a nice shot, that, actually. I think that was on purpose. It was just slightly over pitch, and there's a huge gap to the right of Gregory, who's sort of at a second or third slip. And I think he opened the face to try and avoid Davey. Well, he nearly did. No.
Buys, I fancy.
Well, we'll wait and see what umpire Milnes has to say. I think it might be leg buys. I'm going leg buys.
Yep, spot on.
Someone got excited there. It wasn't that wide of leg stump, actually. That's why. But, yes.
Getting used to the umpires signalling in the opposite direction from how they used to.
Well, they've got to get used to it as well. They've got to head for virtue mode, to the completely opposite end to usual. Just a glimmer of swing back into the right-hander from Lammonby. He barely bowled a ball last year, partly because he had ankle trouble, and he was able to bat, but he wasn't really fit enough to bowl. And actually, he offers a little bit of variety, left arm over. And if he can get that ball to swing back into the right-hander, that's what gets people to say he's got a 6-3 onside field now. But he is just getting a flicker of movement back in. For that last delivery, Gregory staged himself at leg slip rather than first slip. Anyway, they're all walking off, because that's lunchtime. And as you say, Stephen, I think Notts will be happy with their progress. There's no demons in this pitch. They've just lost the one wicket to Overton. And there is much to enjoy over the lunch interval.
Including an interview.
Yeah, with, I don't know who.
I'm just waiting to hear who it's with.
Anyway, whoever it's with, it'll be fascinating. It's going to be. I think it's going to be. We've got. It's going to be, and this is the exciting bit. We don't know who, but it's going to be a former player podcast. All I can tell you, I don't think it's me.
But we can also tell you that after the interview, we will be back with you to share the afternoon session. So the match situation, 140 for 2 Nottinghamshire. And the deficit now is down to 121 runs. Look forward to your company later.
First-class sporting action. We can also offer you the premier venue in the county for conferences, meetings and training events. Somerset County Cricket Club is the perfect venue to hold your event, and our varied and flexible facilities can cater for all of your needs. Our friendly team are more than happy to discuss all of your requirements and can help you plan from start to finish. From a large conference for over 300 delegates to a small training event, we have the facilities to cater for all of your needs. For more information, please visit reception in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion or visit our website. And there are some plenty of exciting dates for your diary. Things coming up here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We're screening all of England's Euro 24 matches, for example. Giant screen in our fan village. In addition to the football, there's going to be live music, food and drink available as well. These are the games we'll be screening in the group stages. Sunday, June the 16th, it's England against Serbia. That's an 8 o'clock kickoff. An earlier kickoff on Thursday, June the 20th. That's 5 o'clock for the Denmark game. And back to 8 o'clock for Slovenia on Tuesday, June the 25th. Tickets are now on sale. They cost just £5, and that price includes a drink. Or you can get all 3 group stage games for just £12, and that includes a drink for each fixture. Once again, tickets are available from the website or from reception in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. And Father's Day isn't all that far away. Sunday, June the 16th, we have 2 perfect gifts for all the dads out there. Somerset take on Glamorgan.
You ready? We're in the lunch break here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Nottinghamshire 140 for 2. Somerset trying to prize those Nottinghamshire wickets at the moment. I am joined by Daisy Appleby-Hearn, and she is with a group of people studying and all these things via the NHS and taking the blood pressure of anyone that I suppose is interested in their personal health. So welcome, Daisy. Please give me a bit of insight into what you're doing here today at Somerset County Cricket Club.
So we're just offering free blood pressure testing to anyone who would like to. Blood pressure is really important just because it's a great signpost for someone's health. And, come in whenever you want. It's free. You can have as many done throughout the day. So, yeah. Do
you think, will the blood pressure be purely down to, based on your current health, or would a wicket falling alter the readings dramatically or not? I think that's a good question.
Yeah,
for our
that
fans.
is a good one.
Do you get a bit stressed sometimes?
Yeah, it's definitely lifestyle and the cricket 100%. So stress is a massive one. Blood can really increase blood pressure, but other lifestyle choices such as smoking, alcohol, exercise, that can massively affect our blood pressure.
Presumably the smoking, alcohol is a negative impact and the exercise a positive?
Yes, so smoking and alcohol intake can heighten our blood pressure. So when you have high blood pressure, hypertension, that can lead to things like stroke and heart attack and, heart conditions, which is just not what you want at all because it can be life-threatening. But exercise and things like a good diet, that can lower blood pressure, which then of course doesn't lead to stroke or heart attack or anything like that. And
maybe, and like I said about from a supporting point of view, excitement levels going up and down. I remember, if you see footage of Vic Marks taking a wicket, his head used to turn purple, leaping around. So how would that register on? I'm assuming you use the cuff that goes around the arm and your little gadgets. What would be? Is it a number over another number? What is perceived as like a healthy range?
Okay, so a healthy blood pressure would be 90/60 to 120/80. So it does sound a bit complicated, but yeah, anything between that
You're
margin.
getting thumbs up from your lecturer, so I think
Thanks, Jodie.
you've passed that bit. Well done, thank you, Jodie.
So yeah, anything in between that range is healthy, good blood pressure.
So for all the people that are in the ground today or listening, if you're close to the Cooper Associates County Ground, you are a member, please feel free to come down. Are there any sort of symptoms that you need to be looking out for? A catalyst to get yourself to one of these checks or to your local doctor?
Yeah, so it could just be feeling, like a fast heart, you can feel quite dizzy, but sometimes blood pressure you can't have any symptoms, so whether you are feeling a bit low in yourself or whether you just feel like you do want to get a blood pressure measurement, do come and get one, because it is, like I said, it's a great signpost for your overall health, and it isn't invasive, isn't painful, so it's a great choice.
Sure, and in terms of the things that we can control from a dietary point of view, and please don't judge us here in the commentary because I know you're sitting in front of that delightful Battenberg cake at the moment that one of our listeners has very kindly given us. Obviously, I'm assuming that if you eat too much of that, that's a negative thing. Is there any advice you could give to our listeners from a general health point of view from their diet, things that you'd encourage putting in or taking out of their diet?
I think what's important to know about diet is that moderation is a key thing. So, you can have a cake, but as long as it's all in moderation. But I would recommend definitely sticking to the Eat Well plate. That's a great sort of guide. But also eating stuff like wholemeal, like, bread, flour, that's really good for keeping, like blood pressure down and just keeping your heart healthy. That's another good thing. So lots of veg, fruit, and exercise.
And the exercise side of things, the sort of exercise that you would do at your age, I would do at my age, and these two dinosaurs back here would do at their age. What would you recommend? Because obviously throughout your lifespan, you have you have to taper what you do. What would you recommend for general health for say an 18 to 30, a 30 to 50, and the upper end?
That's a tricky one.
30 minutes exercise would be a good starting point for most people.
Yeah, so like Jada said, just doing whatever makes you comfortable, but for a day, 30 minutes a day, or throughout a week, 150 minutes of just moderate exercise or 75 of intensive exercise. But don't push yourself to injury, don't push yourself to harm. Do what you enjoy. That makes it.
So just get that heart rate up a little bit. Go for a nice walk.
Yeah.
Walk the dog.
Exactly.
Come and watch the cricket. Do a couple of laps.
Yeah.
Don't sit down. Don't eat too many croissants in the morning. That kind of thing. Just general common sense.
Yeah.
But for those who are potentially feeling unwell, whereabouts are you based here at the ground at the moment, just so everyone can know?
We are in the Stragglers Bar at the minute, so just literally right by the entrance, so come on in.
Next to the pastries and cakes?
Yeah, yeah. Ooh, I didn't pick that.
No, that's absolutely brilliant. So Daisy, thank you very much for coming to talk to us. Again, for those that are listening and have enjoyed this little interaction, this little chat, me and Daisy, anyone is welcome to go to the Stragglers Bar to get their blood pressure checked, just to keep a good eye on where you are, and I'm sure you get some magnificent advice from Daisy and her team downstairs. Have a great day, Daisy.
Thank you,
and hopefully you'll be really busy with a lot of intrigued, health-conscious Somerset supporters.
Fingers crossed, yeah.
We'll be back in 20-30 minutes or so for the resumption of the day's play. We look forward to hearing from or seeing you soon.
14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Go! 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 6 down. Go. 2, 1, go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 3 to go. Go! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Last 2. Go! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Go! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Deal. Deal. All done. 2 seconds left. 20. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 2 more, Pau. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Grab that cone for us, mate. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. How's that?
Fucking shit. Worst surface in the whole world. Mate, I'm telling you, back spots can't get down.
Well, I spoke to Trent.
Fucking playing on Tuesday.
Yeah, I did ask you if you want to go to Trent's.
Doesn't matter, you were trying to prove a point.
I wasn't, mate.
You were. Crap out, I wasn't.
back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, on which the sun is shining, I'm delighted to tell you, as the two umpires, Russell Warren and David Milnes, emerge from the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Match situation, Nottinghamshire 140 for 2 in their second innings. So they still trail Somerset by 121 runs. But they had a pretty good morning after losing Hasib Hamid early to a Jaffa from Craig Overton. Clean bowled. Joe Clark and Will Young have shared a productive third wicket partnership. Clark went to his 50 just before the lunch interval. Young is just 10 runs behind on 41. So the two openers have gone, but no joy for Somerset since. And I think Nottinghamshire will justifiably feel that it was their morning on balance. I'm Stephen Lamb and Vic Marks is alongside. Would you go along with that?
Yeah, absolutely. The ball moved around a little bit, but not that much, but a bit, especially when Overton was bowling early on. And they dismissed Hamid, but this pair, Clark and Young, have batted extremely well, playing everything on merit. Clark in particular, if he's got something that's just a bit over-pitched or offline, he's put it away, like the man in form that he is. Young, likewise, very composed, test player, of course, New Zealand. Hasn't been too troubled. I see that, just checking out actually, is it? It's not Overton, it's Pretorius.
It is, yeah, indeed.
Who's going to have a go? Who bowled a goodish opening spell. He's going to come in now.
Yeah, it was 48 for 2 when these two came together, so they're just 8 short of a century partnership.
Yeah. I see down around the Shires, Essex have already beaten Lancashire. Bowled them out very cheaply in the second innings,
Yeah,
as well as the first. 107. That's Essex are the bolters.
That's
bowling
their
attack.
second win, isn't it?
Yeah.
Be a single here down to long leg. The Warwickshire-Hampshire game looks destined for a draw.
Well, it's a good job they're using a Duke ball down there rather than a Kookaburra. How many have they got with the Kookaburra? There's a lot of runs being scored and not many wickets being taken down at the Rose Bowl.
455 plays 220. See how many wickets of 220 for 1 in response to 455.
Well, that's a grand piece of fielding. Just trying to work. Very firm shot. Just got down in time.
Nick Gubbins 114 not out. Fletcher Middleton 90 not out. Southampton. Surrey have moved past Kent's first innings total, 355 for 2, a whole load of runs there. Dom Sibley, 149 not out.
Yeah. Well, they've got most things covered, Surrey. They've got a very strong looking batting line-up. Ollie Pope's not playing this game, but he obviously played against Somerset. Doesn't really matter. It was a bit airy-fairy. Pretorius, hands on head, could have nicked that. They went down to third man.
Worcestershire have got a bit of a mountain to climb still at Kidderminster, 60 for 2. They need another 398 to win.
Well, that's Somerset's next destination, Kidderminster. Worcester contemplating, if nothing else, contemplating the possible life of no longer playing at their iconic ground in the shadow of the cathedral.
Yes, that would be very sad.
It would be, yeah. But you can understand their rationale, I suppose, and the flooding of that ground has become ever more frequent and deeper.
Yeah, it happens almost every year now, doesn't
Yeah, I know. It's quite a good testament to a changing world.
it? Yeah,
Now then, Sherb's going to have a go from the other end, i.e. the Marcus
Changing ends
Trescothic
coming on at the
end.
Marcus
He's
Trescothic
bowled,
Pavilion end.
I think, 7 or 8 overs, 7 overs perhaps this morning from the river end. Bowled perfectly well, but hasn't found much turn. His figures sort of reflect that. He's bowled 10 overs for 20, but not really managed to create many chances, but he's kept the batsman honest, but not much help there for him. Oh, that did turn, however.
done too much.
It did turn too much.
That's interesting.
So if we get a replay of that, I think we'll see that here one comes rapidly. I think decided that has actually turned too much. It would be missing leg stump, but at least there is the encouragement of the ball deviating on landing.
Absolutely. Steered away.
Yeah, it's a good response from Young. Just needed that one to turn.
Get a couple for that. Down to third man. Usual collection of souls in the James Hildreth stand. Always a popular position.
Yeah, it's a day to wear your anorak though, nonetheless. It's dry and some wispy clouds, but it's April.
Yes, the trees are still just emerging, the leaves, around the ground at that far end. I decided wearing a short sleeves shirt yesterday was a mistake, Vivek.
Thought long and hard about it, did you?
Just a bit too cold.
I've seen people in shorts here. Not of our vintage, I must say, but
It's not quite such a good crowd as yesterday, actually.
no.
A bit thinner.
The only difference for Clark when Hamidi's bowling is that mid-on goes, well, I say he goes much deeper. In fact, Gregory's just brought Craig Overton a little closer. He's still giving one, but there is space behind him.
Yeah, there are plenty of runs in the Kidderminster game as well. Gloucestershire made 417 in their first innings. Sussex 363 for 7 in reply.
That's not the Kidderminster game.
Oh, I beg his pardon.
Can't be. Worcester play there.
Hove. I was looking at Kidderminster previously. Sorry, getting my grounds confused. Hove. By the sea. Lovely ground.
Yeah. Yes,
But,
it is.
Sussex almost drawing level with Gloucestershire.
Yeah,
Over there. Yes, Durham will be fancying their chances at Kidderminster.
Yeah.
Need 8 more wickets to secure what will be their first win of the season. And Somerset need 8 here.
Yeah. I mean, we could be. I don't. The forecast is a bit dodgy tomorrow, isn't it? Increasingly, it looks like we'll get to tomorrow. But the game, it went quite quickly in the first 2 days. If there were no interferences with weather, all sorts of possibilities open up of a sort of lead of, I don't know, a couple hundred possibly. They bat really well. And a late afternoon run chased a bit like we experienced at the Oval. That sort of ooh, that's a good delivery.
We've seen one or two of those from him, haven't we, from Pretorius? He opened up from that river end this morning, and there were a couple of plays and misses.
Yeah, that's just, I mean, it hasn't done a massive amount, and yet you think, well, if that's the case, how come he hasn't nicked it? Unless he really is just playing inside the line, but I think he did play it that.
The forecast is saying it should rain from round about 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then carry on through the afternoon. Yeah? But you never know.
No. Yeah.
But that may be a factor.
Well, it will be if it definitely rains. Sometimes the BBC you switch which weather app suits you really. Sometimes BBC's a little pessimistic.
I think it tends to be.
Yeah, Pretorius has sent a man out to deep square leg. To bouncer perhaps? No, he's straight up there.
Yeah, Clark wasn't sure about the single, but Young was.
Yeah, it was okay, wasn't it?
This is Pretorius' third spell. One yesterday, one this morning, one now. 11th over in all.
Oh, I think he's dropped him.
I think he has.
I think he's dropped him. Well, that's a big miss, I'm afraid.
It's not signalled.
Oh, he's given buys. Well,
that'll be a relief for James Rue.
It will. I'm sorry, but I've lost our screen. But it moved so much after it passed the bat that I thought there must have been a nick. But not according to umpire Warren. So that will actually be a source of relief for James Rue. Doesn't drop much. Good delivery.
It looked a bit as though there'd been a deflection, didn't it? It was
Yeah,
sort of slanting across.
Yeah. There we go. Well,
it's a rather indeterminate stroke.
It was. Handy delivery, but he did poke at it outside the off stump, and well, I think we probably have to trust it. It's one of those balls perhaps that often happens with the Duke sometimes, especially at Lords for some reason. It swings a lot after it's past the bat. What happened there?
Second bounce through to Rue.
So we'll take umpire Warren's word for it, and that it did not. That one actually hit the bat after it bounced,
okay,
and he was late to leave it. So he's, if nothing else, Pretorius created some uncertainty there for Clark, who's looked absolutely in control. And that last delivery, he was just raising his bat. The ball bounced, then hit almost the face of the bat, then went back down into the ground and through to the keeper. So, sort of encouraging signs from Pretorius, but it's a wicket Somerset need.
I think that's the fourth time there's been a play and a miss at Pretorius. 2 this morning and 2 this afternoon. So he's been unlucky not to find the edge.
Well, that's a good shot. It's just fractionally short, but he's made a little bit of room and then punched it through extra cover.
Half in and half out of sunshine at the moment, the ground. Solidly forward, that's Fuller. Bashir into his 12th over. Played with the spin. Out to long on. Comfortable single. I was wondering whether we might see a burst from Craig Overton.
Yeah.
Maybe still to come. Worked away. There'll be at least 2 here.
At least 2 and possibly 4. In fact, it is 4. There's no one back on the square leg boundary, and it's a short boundary there, and that was beautifully timed by Young, who is looking very assured against the off spin. He's picking the length well. That wasn't that short, but it was short enough for him to get on the back foot and flick it away off the meat of the bat, square of the wicket. He's been punching him. He punched him through extra cover earlier in the over. In fact, they brought the extra cover up from the boundary now. Slightly better length. And quite settled onto his length so easily. Young's joined Clark as a half centurion now.
Yes, that boundary has closed the gap between the two. Just 4 runs in it now.
Young's taken a little bit longer than Clark, but that won't worry anyone in the Nottinghamshire dressing room, or indeed Young.
35 balls, and it's
This is
5 falls.
very good, composed, skillful batting in conditions that are now favouring batsmen, I'd say. But one mistake and you're gone.
5 boundaries, these 2, in their respective half centuries. Can Pretorius find that edge that he's come so close to on several occasions? Not this time. That's the meat, the middle. Clouded over again. I don't think Somerset will mind that.
No, but so the ball's getting quite old now. We're in the 50th over. It's quite old, but quite a long way from getting another one.
Yeah. Yes, a mere 30 overs. There's our fellow commentator having a chat with those in the dugout.
Yeah, just setting them right. Mostly it was some of his old Notts colleagues. Well, he's full of ex-colleagues in this match.
As he was saying earlier, how much he enjoyed playing at Trent Bridge, both for Somerset and Notts.
Well, it's a lovely ground to play at. I think, and it's a lovely ground. I've watched obviously quite a lot of Test cricket there, and it's still a cricket ground rather than an arena.
Yes.
And it's got that charm. It's got a lovely pavilion there with flowers and baskets hanging down.
And the architecture sort of reflects the pavilion.
Yeah. And you get a very friendly welcome there. As I say, mostly it's Test matches I've watched from there. It's on target. Just testing him a little bit late down on that one. So yeah, he chose well, Trigo, when he decided to just have a final fling. Just did a little bit of an uneven bounce, perhaps. Somerset looking for anything that
how low does this
gives
keep?
him a chance. Not quite low enough, but it did keep low, and he jabbed down. If a batsman had just come in, that could have got through. But Clark's hawk-eyed now. And there's another one actually, where he plays in similar vein.
The slip cordon are interested.
Yeah, well, you've got to be interested and hopeful. If we can pick up the nature of the bounce again, it's not exactly scrubbed along the ground, but it has kept a little bit low, and he's got him stuck on the back foot there. So it's a good looking spell this from Pretorius. He's got his flannels behind his right thigh, red from all the polishing he's been doing. He's running in with purpose. Got good rhythm, but Clark's equal to that, and he'll pick up just the one.
Yeah, but some encouraging signs
Mm-hmm.
for Somerset from that over. We saw a little bit of turn from Shoaib Bashir at the other end.
Once. Well, yeah, the first ball he bowled from this end
Clutching at straws,
did
rather.
spin, and he appealed, but it was doing too much. Not much has spun since then, but well, the more bowling he gets, the better. He's bowled perfectly well in this game. He's only got the 1 wicket so far. He might have had a couple more actually in the first innings. He's having to work hard in this one.
Yeah, rather blotted his copybook with the bat yesterday.
I think so, yes. I think it was that's a very polite way of putting it. Rather blotted his copybook. We're referring to an awful hack with Overton not out 95 down the other end. And I think he was probably crestfallen. I mean, it's easy up here, isn't it?
Mm.
Down there, you never quite know. Sometimes your body doesn't, it just does something without you really meaning it to.
Yes, but his body language afterwards.
Well, he'd have been
suggested
very. He'd have known that was that was a poor piece of cricket by any standards, because players quite rightly they treasure these landmarks of getting a century. And
How many did you make, Vic?
not enough in my career. I think I made about 5.
Yeah.
But well, I don't want to dwell on this too much. But the oddity was, and I started my life as a batsman, theoretically. But I made 5 first-class hundreds. But the oddity was that I got 3 of them in the space of about 3 or 4 weeks in 1984. So I should have kept going like that, really.
Yeah.
I can't remember the exact precise detail, but they were. I suddenly had a patch in towards the end of the 1984 season, when I hastened to add the West Indies were touring, so you didn't have to face too many of their express bowlers. And glory be, I got 300s in, certainly within the space of 2 months, but
Fantastic.
probably less. Pity it wasn't always like that.
There was a blackwash that year, wasn't there? 84.
Yeah. Oh yes.
Up in the air, and that could well go all the way. It does.
It does, yeah. That was. He played a shot like that earlier in the first innings, and he hit it with immense authority then. And well, we'll have a look in a minute, I'm sure. But I think that went quite a long way. Used his feet. Didn't try and hit it too hard, but he certainly hit it hard enough.
It went well into the
Yeah.
stand.
Yeah.
Might well have been another
Car park.
crowd catch.
Could be,
or car park,
yeah, could be car park, could be windscreen. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that delivery. I always like to point that out as an old off spinner. It's exactly the same ball that he's been bowling quite a lot, around about a length, just outside off stump. But Clark decided it was time for him to go,
Premeditated.
and it went. Well, you can premeditate, and then, but if you're in really good nick, you can bail out. The good players, they can say, well, I'm feeling right. If it's in the slot, I'm going to go.
Single here to deep square leg. And Bashir, the fielder.
So if you're playing well, you can say that to yourself. But if the ball's not in the right slot, you can improvise and either defend it or knock it for one or something. When you're playing badly, when you've told yourself, right, he's going to go, and you carry on when the ball's not in the right place, that's when you usually get out. As Shoaib knows from last night, perhaps. That's
Well stopped.
Yes, very well stopped, because that would have gone for 4 as well. Beautifully timed again. He does look dangerous now, Clark.
We were talking about Malcolm Marshall yesterday. The 1984 West Indies tour, was that the one when he broke an arm and batted with one hand and still batted rather well?
Well, he got runs. I remember he came in at number 11 with a broken arm. He batted one-handed, you're right. And then, with one arm bandaged up, his left arm, he got a bag full of wickets in the final innings of the match.
That's right.
He was irrepressible. Now, I can't remember if that was 84 or 88. It was one.
I think it
probably
was 84.
Yeah. I mean, he was the most brilliant cricketer, Malcolm Marshall, obviously. But not just for his prowess on the field, but his sort of passion for the game as well.
Batted in a sun hat quite often. Shot. Going to be at least a couple. It might be pulled in actually just inside the rope.
No,
Oh
missed
dear!
it.
That, having got all the way there, that's a bit of an unforced error.
Yeah. I think it's probably Dixon, but I'm not sure. He sprinted round from wide third man to about extra cover.
He's
And he did the hard yards. Down he went. He actually slid too far in the end. Slid past it.
Never had control of it.
No. So the runs are flowing, particularly from Clark's bat.
He looks far from gruntled. Another slight misfield, but I don't think that would have had any effect. I think the single was there anyway.
Yeah. So a change of tempo. I mean, it's interesting. Clark, there is a slight sort of declaration of intent when you come down the wicket to the spinner and you hit him for 6. The juices are flowing. He's not playing in an extravagant way, but I think he's assessed the situation. Runs are still very important in this equation. And he's thinking, well, I'm in control of my game now, and I'm just going to play with a little more aggression. There's been a real shortage of bounces in this match. That's about one of the first I can remember from either side. And very few. It's not like Test cricket at all. Rob Key will be disappointed by that. Shoaib, well, he's got to do a lot of work and just needs the encouragement of something going wrong at the other end, or one turning suddenly. We've seen one spin into the pads of Young. First ball he bowled in this spell from the Triscothic Pavilion end, but that's it. He's reinforced his offside a little bit. So he's got a sweeper at the moment. I think Matt Renshaw's offering some suggestions. He himself bowls a little bit of off spin. So he's actually got 5 men on the offside. And this is to encourage Shoaib to bowl, not to bowl too straight, to attack off stump rather than leg stump. That one actually is just tucked away to mid wickets. But it's to encourage Shoaib to bowl a slightly more attacking line, i.e. a little bit wider off stump. That brings slip into play. That's far too leg side, and that's
going to go for 4, isn't it? I don't think that's going to be.
Yeah, it's a poor ball, but he's picked it off beautifully and hit it nice and fine. But that's not the line that this field demands. The line that this field demands is, pitching outside off stump by maybe 4 or 5 inches, hopefully turning to hit the top of off, and inviting. If it is spinning, just inviting the cover drive sort of against the spin, not from a hard volley, preferably though. Anyway, more runs for Clark. That's a slightly better line, but not quite. He's not quite on it at the moment. Shoaib, in conditions that don't really help him much, and he's been put under pressure by Clark. Different field for Young. Man goes from the offside to the leg side. they're working him, working the singles. That's slightly frustrated shy at the stumps from Overton.
It's good batting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Putting the pressure back onto the bowler.
The runs are coming, but in a risk-free manner at the moment. I'm not sure Somerset been Shoaib hasn't been quite at his best. He's trying everything now. He's going to come round the wicket. Again with a predominantly offside field. It's a bit better line, but you can see that Clark there is using his feet and looking to attack him. It's interesting cricket now, but it needs Shoaib to stay cool. That's not such a bad ball. I think that was fairly straight, but Clark is seeing the ball so well that he was able to sweep it firmly to square leg.
I found that test match we were talking about, Marshall's test.
Was it 1984?
It was 84. It was
Headingley.
Third test of the series, and he did indeed, as you said, come in at number 11. He got 4 with one hand.
But then he got wickets. See how many wickets he got in the last innings when he's got a broken hand?
When it's littered with bowled Marshalls or LBW bowled Marshalls.
Gatty was always an LBW Marshall.
7 for 53.
Yeah, with one arm. But the right arm.
Mr. Trigo is here, so I think I should possibly step away.
Okay.
For a moment.
Let's bring Trigo on for wickets. If you're desperate for wickets, put Trigo on. We prefer the new ball, really. He's scoring off just about every ball he's facing at the moment, Clark. He's looking high quality, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a difficult player to bowl at when he's in, but he's sometimes flirts with the ultra aggressive, which might open the door. But
at the moment, I think he's got the balance right, though. He is being aggressive. He's putting the pressure on the bowlers, and Shoaib's struggling a bit against him at the moment. But he's not become extravagantly aggressive, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, he's a high quality batter. There's no doubt about that. He's very, very good. Did you manage to get downstairs and have your blood pressure checked?
No, although I am the sort of bloke who I've got one at home, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
You keep on top of it?
Well, I don't do it very often, but I you can get a machine that checks your blood pressure.
Probably buy them at Boots for those who
you can.
weren't on at lunchtime.
Another chemist. No. Oh no, we're not on the BBC. Are we?
There are a band of nurses and students from the NHS.
I should do.
Perhaps
I should do. Yeah. I mean, it's something I have to keep an eye on, actually.
Well, don't we all?
Well, I don't think you do. You're fit as a butcher's dog, as they used to say.
For now, I've got lard on my back. I'm sliding rapidly downhill.
Do you think so? I think you have to take up bowling again.
Bowling definitely has to be weaned out of the diet. That's for sure. Pretorius just bashing away, wicketless. Couple of bowlers on at the moment. Runs flowing nicely for Nottinghamshire. 179 for 2. Clark and Young, players that.
Odd one has kept low from that end from Pretorius, and that one did as well. But he's seeing the ball so well, Clark, that even then he gets something on it. In fact, he gets a single as well from an outside edge. I'd like to see that. See how low that kept. He certainly played it like it scuttled a little bit. Here we go. It kept a little bit low, didn't it? A new batsman would have struggled with that, I should think.
That's cue of the bat. Yeah, he's done well to keep that out, to be fair, but we've got a couple of good young, motivated batters at the crease, that's for sure. Doing a grand job. You have to say that 193 was a massive underperformance for Nottinghamshire. So I suppose we're seeing something like what you'd expect. The wicket, as predicted, or
it did more on the first
discussed.
day. It did move more on the first day, but sort of 300 was par on the first day, maybe.
But apart from the bowler's footmarks, there wasn't a blemish on the wicket. It's a very well prepared pitch, so. It's definitely a case where you need to bowl well, but you also need a little bit of help from the batters, some misjudgments.
Yeah.
And credit to the Nottinghamshire pair, they've played incredibly well since coming together, really.
Yeah.
They've put on, what is it now, 132.
Yeah.
And it's been relatively chanceless. A couple of little moments of interest, let's say. But
not much.
Not much else. It's going to be one of those days. Bowlers are going to go deep into their energy resources. There's plenty of cricket going on today, and like I said, this will probably be at the lower end of the tempo, but we've got some other upper end of the tempo. A one-day international on Sunday, the 26th of March. England women take on Pakistan women.
Yeah, March is gone, darling.
Oh yeah, the WPA logo was just covering it, but I should have probably put two and two together. You're right. Tickets are on sale on the website somersetcountycricketclub.co.uk.
Yeah.
Getting quick, 'cause they sell out quick down in these parts.
I don't think there's that many left, but there are some
women's games.
Yeah.
Now we're obviously a Tier 1 status club.
He's just at last over. He tried a couple from around the wicket, just trying to find the magic elixir that gets the breakthrough. He's prepared to try things, Shoaib, insofar as a finger spinner can. But it's not working by and large.
I think that is the danger with a player that's got that attacking mind, round the wicket, without it spinning. Is it fair to say that LBW is pretty much out of the equation, and it lends to that shot being a bit of a freebie, really? I mean, you're only really bowling for a top edge to 45.
Yeah. Well, if it's not spinning, I mean, you need it. If it's spinning, and it doesn't have to spin a massive amount, but if it is spinning, you're just getting like Craig Overton there. Straight drive, pull it back.
His hero.
If it is spinning, obviously LBW comes into play. He's only got one to spin from this end, and that was when he was over the wicket. But if it does spin, then the sweep becomes a dangerous shot. If it pitches middle and off and hits middle.
From that angle, I don't think there's that much spin on off.
No,
really, realistically,
not really. So we've seen, as I say, I've seen one ball turn from this end, and that's it. Clark hit that with he hit it with a lot of power, that sweep shot, and he got it behind square. The bloke on the square leg boundary had no chance cutting it off. Great fielding there.
It's going to be some toil today for the Somerset bowlers.
Well, he's gone for the bigger shot, a big-ish shot, and he hasn't hit it with quite the certainty that Clark has shown, but it's enough. Plenty. Down the pitch. Bit of a pull drive. Don't think he quite middled that, but, it's sped away for 4. There's a big gap out there, deep mid-wicket. So they are taking the attack to Shoaib. And Gregory would be thinking, well, maybe he's going to have to bowl a lot in this innings, but maybe I'm going to have to shuffle my pack a bit.
Well, I think today's, this scenario now, if it goes on much longer, this is where you want the rabbit out of the hat from the captain, a Lammonby or a Renshaw. Those part-time bowlers, maybe a lapse in concentration because they are perceived part-time bowlers.
Yeah, Lammonby bowled a couple of overs, didn't he, just before lunch, and wasn't too bad actually. Just got a tiny, tiny little flicker of in-swing. He's testing the man out there, and he's done well. He's done well this time. He missed one earlier on, but I think that's Dixon out there, isn't it?
Yeah, I was stood near him when he misfielded earlier.
He slid too far.
He was dark with himself. He really
good.
was. But it's quite difficult out there because even though from above and on the cameras outfield looks immaculate. You see there's a lot of sand coming up, so you kind of your knee plugs into a little bit. You don't slide like you're expecting to, so it's not easy out there. He's, like you say, he's covered a few kilometres.
Oh,
what a shot that is.
I think that was a good shot, I think. Pretorius is not so sure. But it'd be well worth another look at that. But I'm pretty sure, and you're pretty sure, that he actually opened the face up a bit and just...
There's no doubt about that. That's unbelievable batting.
Yeah.
That is definitely a sense that he also plays a high percentage of limited overs, or white ball cricket as it's called now. Very difficult. You can't have fielders everywhere, and that's one place where you'll very rarely have one right behind the keeper. Those uppercuts, reverse.
Yeah. Well, and as he let it down, he thought that's quite a handy bounce, around about head high, just a little bit wide perhaps.
Former Nottinghamshire player and Zimbabwe international cricketer Brendan Taylor.
Right.
It was. He almost made that shot look easier than any other shot that he could play, even a forward defensive. You couldn't bowl short to him. He just
leant back and guided it over
the
slips, like sort of extended slip catching practice, but just making sure he got it a bit higher.
He just never missed one. And again, can you really budget a fielder down there?
Not really. Oh, that's
great hands out.
It
there
certainly
from
stops
Bashir.
them bowling too many short balls too. If you keep hitting them for 4 effortlessly off your nose over the slip cordon, you've got to get the bounces at the body, haven't you? Really.
Yeah, it doesn't really phase the batters on a relatively docile wicket like this.
No.
Even when you've got a bit of pace like Pretorius, he's not really that effective when he bangs it in.
No, I think he's tried everything. He's actually bowled quite a good spell. He's got some to keep a little bit low. But I think he's coming to the end of his tether now. That's a dismissive sort of cut slap shot. And no point trying to chase that from wide third man, because he's never going to get anywhere near it.
Well, it's hit the rope, popped over the fence. It's halfway to Morrison's. The ball. Some young lads
Nottinghamshire 200 coming up.
Looking for it.
underneath a van in the car.
He's
park.
got it.
Yeah,
He's
go on,
got
lad.
it.
Good lad. Well,
He's
that's-
thrown it.
Don't throw it onto the concrete.
No, he got it over the fence and back onto the grass.
Actually, I think the bowlers would be happy if he gave it a little
Yeah,
scuff
yeah.
on the
Well,
concrete. You might
he's
get a bit of
from-
reverse swing.
Perhaps that young lad's from Nottinghamshire and knows all there is to know. Let's keep that ball, in pristine condition. No bits missing.
Yeah, I think some of the seam bowlers will be hoping for a bit of a rest. Another boundary. Runs are flowing here. Clark on to 96, 1 hit away. Pretorius having a good chunter in the middle of the pitch to Joe Clark, but he doesn't really need to answer because he's doing all his talking with the bat at the moment. Runs are flowing at the moment here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Yeah, it's some terrific batting there. The bowler's lost his sort of control. He's gone for broke. This is probably always going to be his last over, and he's kind of fallen into the trap of saying, right, I'm going for it, a few short balls and see what happens. But what happened was the ball kept disappearing to the boundary. Poor Pretorius, but poor old Sean Dixon on that square third man boundary has found himself sprinting like a madman to the right to try and stop the square cut stroke drive. And then last ball, beautiful glide really, late cut practically, and he's got a sprint to his left. He can't get there that way either. So he's had to do something, Gregory, and he's turned to his main man. Craig Overton's coming back on instead of Shoaib. I'm sure Pretorius will be relieved at the far end, probably now. Somerset desperate for a wicket from somewhere.
I know it's a long way out, but I think the Somerset captain will already, and the other bowlers will be already looking at the overs and how close they are to that new ball.
Well, the answer is 30. Is it? Or just under 30. 56 gone. So you can't. It's a long way off. That's a lot of cricket.
24 overs, that's potentially 100 runs away.
Yeah.
The way that the Nottinghamshire pair are going.
And that's a lead. So this game could go in all. If the weather stays good tomorrow, it could go in all sorts of directions. Oh, that just sort of got a half an edge, but beautiful soft hands that didn't carry it.
It's just lost its zip, the wicket, hasn't it?
Yeah,
I think.
But they've seized the initiative. The run rate's zoomed up, and suddenly, what's the deficit now? It's not great. It's about 50, isn't it?
Yeah, 56 behind, I think, something like that at the moment. Wonder what the score, the Trade Nations score or win predictors looking like at the
it's
moment.
not looking like. I mean, it's fascinating, the win predictor, the Trade Nations win predictor, but
very confident day one, wasn't it?
It was 96% at 11 o'clock, I think. I would be interested to know what it is now, because it can't be 96% now.
You'd like to think it's
adjusted a bit. Someone will 71. That's quite optimistic.
I think the draw is the real gainer. I think in this scenario.
Do they give you that as well?
23%, 6% the Nottinghamshire win.
Okay. Well, it has changed then significantly, and I think if nothing else, it's accurately assessed the change in the balance of the match. But
it's a thinking man's predictor.
Is it?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I wouldn't have a clue.
Do you like it then? Do you?
Well, I don't know whether it's just my glass half empty mentality on day one. I'm not sure, but we bowled Nottinghamshire out for 193.
Yeah.
We were 100 for 1, and it was 87%. And just my PTSD of playing so many games of cricket here at Taunton. Is it really that high on day one?
No, well, I understand that. Because you know better, well, and I know actually from watching in recent times, but it applied a bit in the old days as well, that the batting surface here, it seldom gets worse. It usually gets better and harder, particularly for the pace bowlers. It doesn't really spin much very often, and if it does spin, it does it very slowly. So we were aware of that, and you've played a lot of games here where the third innings, there's been a boatload of runs scored.
Well, that's where the real drive years ago to get the ball, the wicket spinning almost from day one. You know, that's where the idea came. Because in fairness, I was there through that whole period from Phil Frost's wickets that were beautiful batting wickets, very rarely produced a positive result, to the Brian Rose wickets that were over in a day and a half. And everything in between. They tried 18 mils of grass, bright green. You almost, it looked like someone had just put, 6 stumps in the middle of the square with no preparation, and the ball just didn't nip around as much as you think it would. In fact, help the ball skid onto the bat even better. And I think, I suppose every groundsman's challenge is the perfect wicket. Is it starts off, with a little bit in it. It flattens out on days maybe 2 and days. The early part of day 3, and then deteriorates into the 4th day. But I mean, it's
the last bit seldom happens, doesn't it?
Yeah, the deterioration never really seems to happen here, and it's more physical and mental fatigue that you can force a victory here in Taunton. Someone that, a team has to get on a real downslide or get bowled out, or a team that are having a particularly poor time in the season, have lost motivation
and make a lot of mistakes.
Yeah,
that's true, and. That's right. I mean, actually, it was the perfect first day wicket, I think, here, in that there was assistance for the good seam bowler, and Somerset exploited that well. But just at the minute, it's a batsman's game, and I don't sense it's going to start spinning significantly, but we'll see. Everything changes, of course, when you've got 2 batsmen in, one of which is playing. And that's his 100. Actually, he's raced to his second 50. I think that's his 100. It just hasn't been registered.
That is. Joe Clark just peels off another immaculate 100. I mean, it looked almost inevitable in the first innings that he was going to get to 3 figures, even though he was only on 39 before he made that mistake against Shoaib Bashir. But he certainly made up for it here in the second innings here. Knots 209. Clark helping himself to another 100 this season. What a great start to the 2024 championship season he's had.
I think I'm right in saying his first 50 came in 80 odd. His second 50's coming at run a ball, essentially.
Yeah, that's 3 consecutive championship matches in a row now. Joe Clark has got to 3 figures. And again, like we discussed earlier, you know, taking the gloves, the fatigue element, you know, he's really put himself up there. If there were any wobbles up the tree, the Folkeses, the Bairstows of this world, I think it's fair to say that Joe Clark really ought to be in that conversation. He has always showed the credentials with the bat, but now that he's wicket keeping as well.
Well, his wicket keeping, I think what could easily be the case now is he's actually, I mean, everyone's known that he's got a lot of talent. And now he's got this slight change of role at Nottingham because he's taking the gloves. So it wouldn't surprise me over the next few weeks. The sage selectorial men, whoever they are, they'll keep a very eagle eye on his keeping, actually, just to see. I mean, he's obviously kept in white ball cricket a fair amount, but they might give his wicket keeping closer scrutiny, and he would be, I'm not suggesting they'll do this, but he would be the kind of Bairstow replacement. Bairstow kept most of his life, to be fair, so, but I think Bairstow, he's lost some ability now, and he's not so well equipped to do that keeping role because his body is not so flexible. So that position is up for grabs, and the options are to just maintain Folks, who's kept beautifully in the winter, but hasn't quite got the volume of runs you're hoping for. Or do you start to think about Clark as a kind of like for Bairstow, i.e. someone who is a top quality batsman who keeps perfectly well?
Well, I think England over the last few years have been blessed with this particular position, but Joe Clark, he's 27 years of age now. He averages, and always has averaged, in and around 40. When I look at his cricket, I very much get a prior Bairstow feel about the way he goes about his business. I think he's very competent with the gloves, but he's an exceptional batter.
Yeah. I mean, the difference in that comparison, I mean, of Pryor stroke Bairstow, is that Pryor and Bairstow had been keepers all their career, really. So they've got behind them, you know, half a dozen years or more of doing the job, whereas Clark, whilst he's kept quite a bit in white ball cricket, has not done so in red ball cricket on a regular basis. That's 4 runs, beautifully timed, just over pitched. You won't catch it.
I'm trying to think of who would have been the keeper for his time at the start of his career at Worcestershire.
Cox?
Probably, yeah, Ben Cox, and then he joined Nottinghamshire, and Reedy would have been behind the stumps. And then Tom Moores took over, and I know Ben Duckett has done it from time to time, and I know Joe Clark has, but he's always done it in franchise cricket. Melbourne Stars.
But that is 20 overs. You know, I'm not saying that he can't do it. I'm just saying it's a new experience for him keeping in red ball cricket, and this is match 3, or he may have done it once or twice in the distant past. But so it's a big call to go from you've now kept in 3 championship matches or 6 championship matches, 7 by the time.
Is it as big a call as picking an off spinner that got 6 wickets at 65?
No, probably not. No, I mean, I'm not saying they wouldn't do it.
Fascinating, though, isn't it? It's a great place for English cricket to be, to have guys waiting in the wings and lighting fires up the backsides of the people in position. It's the ideal scenario for English cricket, isn't it?
I mean, the other thing that he might have to adjust to, I'm not necessarily arguing against this, but there would be adjustments to be made, is that he might have to get accustomed to batting at number 7. I don't know if that makes a difference. He's always batted in the top 4 or 5.
I mean, what a potential that is for England to have someone of that class batting at 7.
Well, that's, anyway, I don't think appreciate this argument in Surrey.
No, no one worries.
But it's an
no
interesting
one's that worried
talking
about
point,
that.
if nothing else. He is in prime Nick, and you see him play like this. It's not so far away from the career of someone who was your coach, i.e. Matt Maynard, who was absolutely dominated at county cricket level, in a similar sort of vein to Clark, in that he was naturally aggressive, but he had all the shots and he could destroy an attack from a fundamentally orthodox sort of basis. And he ended up, he started keeping later on in his career for Glamorgan in one-day cricket. But he's the sort of player who, in this era, could have adjusted to becoming a perfectly capable keeper, which might have enabled him to have a better shot at Test cricket. I don't know, but there is a sort of parallel in the way that both Clark and Maynard in his years kind of could dominate at county level.
Yeah, I mean, he was an amazing player, and his record was, I suppose there were peers, weren't there, in that era where Maynard was playing unbelievably well. You had that really strange situation of county batters that were in that Maynard ilk, if you like. You had Hick and Ramprakash and Maynard. I'm sure I'm missing out a number of high quality batters there that were absolutely prolific everywhere they went. And maybe, is it fair to say, from having conversations with these people, the England set up pre-central contract, it wasn't as settled. There was a lot of emotional decisions. Batters playing under the guillotine all the time. If they don't get runs in 2 tests, they were gone. And someone like Crawley and players that played a fair bit for England, but not settled.
Yeah, well, that is true. There was more insecurity. I remember hearing players saying you just play every Test match as if it's your last, which may not have been quite the case. But there was less certainty. There was far less rope given to a new player, I think. James Ruse up to the stumps for Gregory to see if that can unsettle the batsman. I mean, Ramprakash, it was always a mild mystery that Ramprakash didn't score. He played 50-odd Test matches, but with a lot of stops and starts. And he was more obviously a sort of Test-style player. He wasn't quite so devastating as a Maynard or a Clark. He was more measured. It was a kind of a mystery that he didn't dominate more at Test level, but he did play 50-odd games, which is quite a lot.
Yeah, Hick and Ramprakash first-class records and Test records almost mirror each other, don't they? Like,
yeah, I mean, Hick
comfortably in excess of 50 in first-class cricket, but then lower 30s in Test cricket.
Well, Ramprakash averaged 27.
Right. Okay.
I happen to know that.
I'm sure this is
because my batting average is higher than his.
Really, I'm sure this is well done. Well done.
No, by a decimal point. But it's not. I mean, that's a freak. But that's what he averaged, which is hard to understand when you've played against him.
Yeah.
Well, you played against him. I played against him so he just about spanned. He played for a long time.
It is hard to understand because...
And Hick, likewise, he averaged in his 30s for Test level.
32, 33.
Something like that. Yeah, you'd look it up, but it's not gobsmacking by any stretch. When you consider, both those got 100s. They averaged, as you say, over 50 in first-class cricket and were, unassailable at county level. And for whatever reasons, never quite could replicate that. Oh, look at that.
Wow. That has brought a little bit of a change in the feel. Rue up to the stumps, pinning Young to the crease. He's brought a false shot there. But just as the Somerset captain has innovated in some way, shape or form, he's removed the second slip, and that would have gone
probably would have reached
straight
him.
into his right hip pocket.
He's got, obviously when the keeper goes up, first slip goes a bit finer, and then his other slip catcher, who's Lammonby, is actually sort of fine gully stroke, I don't know, fourth slip.
I've heard many captains say this, that cricket should be a 12-on-12 team. You always feel as a captain there's a space that you desperately want someone, but you can't
have it. Yeah.
You can't work out where you take the other person away from.
Well, that's right, and it's the same on selection too, isn't it? You know, you want that extra batsman, but you need that extra bowler. And well, how do you do that? Well, you pick an all-rounder like Trico is obviously the answer.
No.
Well, okay, but you know what I mean. But I think that's one of the beauties of the game. I'm not so keen. I've watched a bit of the IPL, and it's amazing what happens in the IPL. You see these great stadiums absolutely jam full of passion. So it is amazing, an amazing phenomenon. But I don't like the advent much of the impact player.
Yeah.
Because that takes part of that lovely little
Unless
equation
you're the impact player.
Unless, yes, that's right.
Where you get to bat and not field.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the dream for some.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the scores in the IPL. I mean, we've had another 222. Calcutta Knight Riders have scored, and RCB are 181 for 6. They need 42 off 24 balls, so it's actually on a 222 chase. There was a 260, 290 the other day. I mean, it's just it's. I
mean, the boundaries do seem to get shorter and shorter, certainly in the stadium.
I suppose this brings the crowd in, doesn't it? I suppose if you're a wily off spinner,
so you've got to be incredibly wily. I don't know how we would have survived, but I mean, there's a lot of slow bowling, but it's not that slow actually. You've got wrist spinners, which is always exciting. They get a game, and then you get some sort of finger spinners who can propel it about 65 miles an hour
with a carom ball. I think the key to a lot of the 2020 bowlers, or most 2020 bowlers that are very dominant, are spin bowlers, and they have a ball that can go either way. And I think just that little,
you can't set yourself against them so easily. Yeah, which is great actually. That bit's.
I think imagining Peter Robinson coaching left arm spin with a swan's neck and getting it over the rope lad. As soon as you bowled the ball above the eye line to a modern day batsman, you'd be picking it out of the stands. I think these days.
Yeah.
How the game has evolved.
Well, unless it was spinning, unless it was turning off the pitch, but
a lot of
it
these
doesn't tend to happen.
You watch the IPL and they look like absolute belters, don't they?
I mean, very good fielding, if nothing else. Splayed out there. Well, I haven't managed to get a wicket.
Over. You're wicketless.
Wicketless
spell.
Yet again. But look at this. 223. They have sped away in this last hour, thanks mostly to Clark, but Young's playing a fine hand. And the game. I mean, I don't know where Winviz has gone now, but it'll be down from 71 now. I'd have thought. So I am now going to leave you to it for a bit.
Go and conjure up some plans for us for a wicket. But at least you're not going at 15 and over. That's one good thing, isn't it, Vic? Always a pleasure to talk cricket with Vic Marks. He's going to have a little rest. Maybe pop downstairs to the girls from the NHS, get the old blood pressure checked. He was breathing very heavily after he sprinted up the stairs this morning. And for all of you who weren't listening at lunchtime, there is a stall downstairs in the Stragglers Bar where, as I said, a load of students and nurses from the NHS are giving out free healthcare checks. So if you want to pop down, if you've got any symptoms, you're not feeling 100%, why not whiz round, grab yourself a coffee and get your blood pressure checked at the same time. Back to the cricket. Nottinghamshire are 223 for 2. Joe Clark. Back to back centuries for him to start the season. 108. Will Young the Kiwi on 64, and all is looking very placid at the moment. The bowlers are striving for this breakthrough, but it's proving to be very challenging at the moment. And it's perfect that there's always lots of other events going on here at Somerset County Cricket Club. When the wicket goes a little bit flat, it's always very bubbly on the periphery. We have Family Day during the Somerset versus Derbyshire game, Sunday the 4th of August. That starts at 11 AM. Family Fun Day, all sorts of stuff going on around the ground. So grab the kids, bring them down for a day at the cricket.
I can answer the question about WinViz. The Trade Nation win predictor is now saying 65% Somerset, so it has gone down.
Yes.
And 7% Nottinghamshire.
It's falling quicker than
draw.
that balloon you were watching yesterday, Stephen.
Yeah, bit deflating
Yeah,
one way or another.
We are deflated here in the commentary box. The only thing that's buoyed us is the little slither of cake we all shared a bit earlier. Thanks again to Dave for sending that up. Do not be put off, any of our listeners, of sending little treats up to the commentary box, as always. Gratefully received. Lewis Gregory into Joe Clark on 100. James Rew up to the stumps, trying to pin him into his crease. Joe Clark likes to get down the wicket, outside off stump, negating the LBW. James Rew up to the stumps is keeping the batsman honest. That one just kept a little bit low there. Joe Clark, though, he's got eyes like a hawk at the moment.
Yeah, he's absolutely set, isn't he? Looks a formidable player.
The anger has been dropped, that's for sure.
Seems a long, long time since the last wicket. It was 48 for 2. Now 223 for 2.
For those keeping check of the other game going on here in Taunton today, the Vale, Somerset women finished, Cornwall finished their first innings off on 183 for 9 from their 50 overs. So 184 will be the chase for Somerset women at the Vale.
I think it's a pretty safe assumption that they're going to have to bat again here. We weren't sure about that this morning, but that's how it's looking, because the deficit is down to just 38 runs. Well taken. Well, I was going to say well taken. He was in a very good position to take it, but the batter got there first.
Yeah, a few of the
so single results.
A few of the Somerset batters, bowlers will be jumping onto their phones at the tea break, cancelling tomorrow afternoon's tea times at various different golf courses. I'll be phoning my man Will Hobbs. I'll be cancelling mine. I thought we might have had Monday afternoon off, Stephen, but I think we're going to be very much in battle here.
Yep, it feels like it's going to go into the fourth day.
I mean, what a fascinating potential, though, isn't it? You know, Nottinghamshire get a nice little lead of, you know, couple of hundred, couple of sessions to bowl Somerset out. We saw the, you know, dramatic finish at the Oval, you know, where, you know, chasing 10, 12 and over didn't put off Surrey. They had a bit of a go at it, and it looked a little bit lively for a while.
Well, it did. After 4 overs, it looked as though they might get it.
Yeah, we could have a fascinating day's play, so we'll see how that pans out. But first and foremost, Somerset have to think about a way of getting a wicket.
That's in Gregory's mind as he runs in from the river end. Be a dot ball there. That's the end you tended to run in from, Triggs.
Yeah, that's only because nobody else wanted to. That was... yeah, got to the point where I hated bowling the other end. There we go, the Trade Nation win predictor. It's... yeah, it was turbocharged on day one. Somerset have dropped to 65%. Nottinghamshire 6% in the draw. That little tower there is going up quicker than a Dubai skyscraper.
Indeed. In the rain.
In the rain.
So still to be Craig Overton. Produced the ball of the day, really, to take the wicket.
Well, there's been a couple. Pretorius bowled one that looked for all money as an outside edge. It was an absolute beauty. Lewis has got a couple just to sneak a little bit low, but Joe Clark's managed to get the chalk end of the bat on it. Yeah, to any other batterers, apart from a Joe Clark in this sort of form, that probably would have cannoned into the shin of the batter. But yeah, it's going to be a tough day. I did sort of suspect this morning, looking at the pitch, the conditions, the overheads, you know, if the sun did come out like it did now, or has done now, it would be a bit of a day of hard graft, and it certainly is panning out that way. Hamid out for 20 with absolute beauty from the man bowling now, but apart from that, it's just been the Nottinghamshire show today.
Yeah, and Clark has pulled away from Young. When I was last on commentary, there were about a couple of runs between them, and now 109 plays 65, which is a measure of the form that Clark's been in.
Yeah, he had that period where I think he'd faced enough of Shoaib Bashir, took him down, and then Pretorius, I think, was getting a bit impatient. You know, he'd bowled 2 magnificent spells. He was trying to force a wicket, which led to a couple of loose deliveries, and Joe Clark pounced on every single one of them. An uppercut, a square cut, and a late cut. 3 boundaries in the over. So he went from 60 to 100 very quickly.
Just feel that the way the wicket is playing at the moment, it's just instilling full confidence in these 2 batters. Really isn't doing very much at all. We saw 1 ball from Shoaib Bashir turn. Nothing much since. Wonder how it'll play tomorrow.
Well, there's nothing on the wicket that suggests that it will do anything dramatically different to how it's playing now, if I'm perfectly honest. I know going around the wicket for the big bowlers might give Shoaib a little bit of rough outside the off stump to work with to the right-hander, but that's going to take, you know, a real effort to stay around the wicket for a long period of time. You know, no left-hander to bowl at, so again, it's quite an unusual tactic, this, around the wicket to a right-hander.
That's an awkward one to take for James Rew, just dying on him. So
yeah, another sign that the pitch is just starting to become a bit on the batter-friendly side of things.
Yeah, you don't see that little carry from Craig Overton. That's beaten the outside edge, which is a bit of a rarity this afternoon. End of Craig Overton's 13th over. 1 for 23 his figures. 5 of those 13 were maidens. So pretty tidy. And he has the wicket. 225 for 2. 36 the deficit now. Lewis Gregory is going to continue. Again with James Rew up to the stumps and helmeted. There are the Quantocks in the distance, behind the church spire of St Andrews. And you've got Taunton Station to the right of that. Here's Gregory. Good length, good line, well played. One of the very pleasant things about this ground is its proximity to the centre of town.
Yeah, certainly is. I had a little wander in at lunchtime. Always nice to do a little lap, get a bit of exercise. Plenty of nice shops still open on a Sunday. Lots of people milling around.
Slightly inside out he played that, which is unusual for Joe Clark in this innings. I think that went quite where he intended. Which may give Gregory a little bit of encouragement.
So I wonder, Stephen, any of our listeners that are on at the moment, any budding captains? Is there anyone that can, send in a comment on the side of the live stream, an idea for Lewis Gregory? What would you do if you were captain in this scenario? 2 batters in, not a great deal happening on the wicket. Is there something that the Somerset captain's missing?
Maybe a little bit more of Lammonby. A change of angle. He bowled a short spell before lunch.
Let's see what pops up on the comment page here. Is there any sort of curveball tactic that we've never seen before in cricket? Is there a cricketing genius out there? Amy Matthews has obviously been watching a lot of cricket recently. Swap the bails round.
Aha!
Oh, I can't believe that hasn't been one of the tactics. Absolutely spot on. I'm not sure we could. We've got the wrong overseas player for the latest suggestion of sandpaper. We don't need any of that. None of that. Not. We play the game straight down the line here at Somerset. I like the bail swap though. That definitely seemed to bring the rewards in Stuart Broad's last Test match.
Oh, that's a good delivery.
Lovely
Haven't seen
take
Clark
from-
beaten very often, have we?
Lovely take, and I think there's a lot to be said there for the fact that he's being forced to become quite static. He's not able to move around the crease like he normally likes to do. James Ruse just pinned him in the crease. It's also a very nice delivery, just shaped away.
Yeah.
Beautiful hands from James Ruse.
Signs of encouragement for the home side from this over. Dabbed away this time. There'll be runs here.
More runs, more runs. Joe Clark just opening the face on that one, steering it towards third man. So far we've got swap the bails, sandpaper, bribing the umpire, bouncers. You haven't seen too many bouncers, but the ones we have bowled have been punished, haven't they?
15 boundaries in Joe Clark's
swap the
innings.
stumps for tubes of Pringles. That gets my vote. That's as long as I can empty the tubes first up here. I'm a big fan of that idea actually, and Stephen gets my vote for being the man to do the streaking, a streaker, just to put the opposition off, and a dibbly dobbler.
I remember the commentary on the streaker at Lord's years and years ago. It was John Arlott who was on.
Ah, I remember it. Well, I'm not sure. That was a long, long time ago.
It
wasn't
was probably the 1970s. Is that up in the air? It's found the gap between the two fielders anyway.
Well, that's one of our theories out the window. The bouncer one, that's just been dealt with by Will Young down to the square leg boundaries. Just not enough pace in this wicket. I suppose if you are going to bowl a bouncer, it's got to be higher than that. You've got to get up near that badge of the helmet.
But yeah, it was described as a freaker initially. Not quite sure why. And Arlott's commentary included, it's male, it's not particularly shapely, and I think it's seen its last cricket of the day.
I think an awful lot of a lot of cider must have been consumed that afternoon by whoever that was.
It was at Lord's, of all places.
Champagne then, obviously. Somerset bowlers are doing everything they can. You've got Rue up to the stumps, one end. You've got Overton round the wicket, trying to mix up his lengths a little bit, but there's just not a lot here for the Somerset bowling attack. 233 now. Clark scoring at will, and Will Young Just enjoying himself out there. 176 balls for his 69 and only 158 for Clark's 113.
A leave and not taken cleanly this time, so this will be byes. Signalled by umpire David Milnes.
Yeah, Rufus Fletcher has said, bring on a part-time spinner, a Renshaw. Not only have you got to face the ball, you've got to face the person as well. A little bit of chat, a little bit of theatre, certainly something that Renners brings to the table. So yeah, I quite like that as an idea. A bit of Lammonby, Renshaw, try and get the batters to take some liberties or a lapse in concentration.
We had one over from Lewis Goldsworthy before lunch, which wasn't a particularly good one, in all honesty. It's a line and length slightly awry, but only one over. Maybe another try. It's another option.
Yeah, certainly need to do something at the moment. Will Young on strike, just helping himself to another hit ball. Down to Pretorius at fine leg there. Finishes the over. Overton's finished 14 overs, 1 for 29. Can't fault his efforts today. And Gregory's been a little bit expensive. But he's produced some moments where it gives you the hope that Somerset will get a breakthrough.
Yeah, well, he passed Joe Clark's outside edge in his previous over. Lewis is going to have another go. James Rew again donning the helmet.
Yeah, I do like that from Baker's dozen. We need a bowler with a silly walk, like Dan Lawrence at Surrey. Maybe not a silly walk, but definitely a very unique action, the old double whirly bird, as they call it, or some bowling coaches would say. He bowls like a frog in a blender.
Alan Richardson was a bit like that, the old Worcestershire bowler.
Yeah, big owl, arms and legs everywhere. What a good bowler he was.
Yeah, had a great spell at New Road. They're approaching the double century partnership, these two. Deficit down to 25. Another one here.
Talking of silly walks, one of the comments, Stephen, is John Cleese available? Fellow Western Supermare born man. Yeah, he definitely ticks the box for silly walks, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
I'll have to give him a shout.
He's a cricket lover. He's a Somerset supporter, isn't he?
He loves his cricket, loves Somerset. He was the patron of my testimonial year. Had some very, very humorous interactions over that year. Shared a few emails. He was always complaining about how much work he had to do to fulfill paying off his ex-wives. So it was quite enjoyed. I hope wherever John is now in the world, he's happy, healthy,
Perhaps he's listening.
and debt-free.
Ex-wives in the plural.
Well, these things can happen.
Well, nothing better in terms of comedy than Fawlty Towers.
Yeah, all of my children have been. It's almost like it's a must. Only Fools and Horses, Fawlty Towers, box sets available.
Excellent.
If ever there's a rainy day or COVID or anything like that, not too many better bits of telly to brighten your day, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'd add Father Ted to that. We've got a box set of them. Great fun. Down the leg side.
I can
and
think of
helped
one
away.
of the one syllable catchphrases from that Father Ted would be said by the bowlers right about now, after that one just flicked down to flying leg.
Absolutely. Just helped it on its way for another boundary. Young into the 70s.
Well, I'm glad there's not too much disappointment on the live chat or the supporters. I haven't really seen a tactic that Lewis hasn't tried or is at least able to try. Joe Clark's very rarely missed the middle of the bat today so far.
So Gregory completes his 10th. 0 for 46. They'll be looking forward to that new ball. Still 14 overs away.
Renshaw just bowled an off spinner to Sean Dixon in the captain's eye line. I think he's fancying a bowl as we have a look at the match summary here. Nottinghamshire's first innings, Overton and Gregory sharing those 5 wickets. Montgomery and Clark getting a score. Overton with that magnificent 95 not out. Now this day has been completely dominated by Young and Clark. They're ever nearing the 200 partnership at the moment. And I have a good sense, Stephen, that they're not done yet.
No, well, they look booked in. Clark the freer scoring of the two, but Young has been every bit as solid.
As Luke Fletcher in the Nottinghamshire dressing room used to say when he used to walk towards the sofa after his bowling display, I'm going to wedge in and I'm going to watch all day from here, lads. He's going to wedge in.
So Craig Overton having a rest, making way for Josh Davey, running away from us. That's pretty much on the money, just outside off, far enough for Young to leave it. Young on 72 not out, taking him 181 balls to get there, so more of the anchor role from him. Clark very much the freer scoring of the two. Clark's 119 has come from 162 deliveries.
I saw a full playing on this morning that it ruined the foot.
Yeah, I saw him. I didn't see that. I saw him limping.
Now, they were interested in a single there, but it wasn't to be. We've had fitful sunshine most of the day at Taunton. More cloud cover than yesterday. And these two batters have made it pretty certain that this game will go into the 4th day tomorrow. Not assured yet, but looking likely.
Yeah, I've already sent the message to William, but Mendip Springs, cancel the afternoon, my friend.
Be a big moment if these two can get it through to the point where the deficit is erased. Only another 18 needed.
Yeah, well, you're 66, we're 13 and a half overs away from the new ball. I would seriously be considering a Lammonby, Goldsworthy, Renshaw mash-up to get us through those overs, save the bowlers for the second new ball, which is probably going to be the only door that will be Somerset bowlers will be able to open. If that new ball can just move around a little bit, that's going to be a big moment in this game in its entirety, I think, not just this innings. maybe Goldsworthy and Renshaw bowling in tandem, something completely curveball style. Get them to get through the overs quickly. Get a few fielders on the boundary, limit what they can score. Give the bowlers maybe 45 minutes to rest those feet.
Be a single here, out to backward point and show Bashir. In fact, the man with ball in hand at the moment took the new ball in both innings, Josh Davey. Whether he's in Lewis Gregory's mind to take it again. If so, this would probably be a short spell.
We've got nearly the umbrella field at the moment now. 3 catches on the drive on the offside. Josh Davey bowling. Sean Dixon at short, mid-wicket. 1 slip. Craig Overton at, well, I would say a 4th slip. Yeah, if Craig Overton came out to join Sean Dixon, that would be the classic umbrella field. First saw that playing Cornish club cricket many years ago. I thought, what the hell's going on here?
There really isn't any help for the bowler at the moment, is there? Just a rather bland pitch for Somerset to bowl on, and Clark and Young making hay. 120 and 73 respectively.
Yeah, the occasional ball is keeping a little bit low, Stephen, so I do like that potential tactic here.
I think it is going
on
to be
the live
Renshaw.
stream. Bowl straight, attack the stumps, or put the Aussie loony Matt Renshaw on. There we go. He'll bring the party to the crease, no doubt about it. A few words to be spoken. Try and get the batters to switch off. I like the fact that he's kept mid on and mid off up, tempting Joe Clark to have a little go over the top. He's just dropped mid on back halfway, so he's just dangled the carrot. Oh, play and miss straight away. Renshaw is in the attack. I can see his cheesy smile from here. He's creating. That man is he's a box of tricks. Something's always happening when Matty Renshaw's in the game.
Left this time. He was up here yesterday, Triggs, saying he wasn't expecting to bowl in this game with Shoaib Bashir in the side. But
maybe hoped he wasn't going to bowl. He bowls nice off spin though. He's got those long levers as well. He's a tall lad. There's nothing to say that what is perceived as part-time bowling can't come a little bit more mainstream. He's got all the attributes there. A little bit slingy, I guess.
The first run off him. Despite his best efforts, sprawling after the ball, couldn't quite reach it.
Very reminiscent of his dives in goal in the football warm-up.
Up in the air and over the top.
Will Young has had a go for it. I tell you what, I don't think Lewis Gregory would be disappointed with that. He's played from the crease. He's just got enough on it to take it over mid-on. A little bit of a risky strategy there from Will Young.
Brings up the 250 for Notts, 250 for 2.
Yeah, and the 200 partnership for these two. They've played magnificently well. I don't think the perception on the Nottinghamshire balcony is that they've done enough of the job yet. Keep batting, lads. They'll be urging them on.
So, boundary off the over plus the single concludes it. Renshaw has his second sweater on. Whereas Josh Davey has given his only one to the umpire. Ground bathed in sunshine at the moment. We've had a bit of a mixed bag of sun and cloud today. But looking a picture, as it has been throughout this game. First game of the season at Taunton. Oh, well bowled.
Ooh. Davey probing away. Clark just looking to open the face, run it down to third man where the gap is. Very good bit of captaincy there. And a nice piece of bowling. Yeah. So he's just trying to open the face on that to exploit that free or vacant third man area. Can Josh Davey get Somerset a wicket before this second new ball?
He's going to get a single here. Made good contact with that. Shoaib Bashir is out at deep backward point. Clark on to 122.
Well, like my hero Lammy, Vic Marks, I've also had a wicketless spell. It's time for the combination to be reignited. Lamb and Mark. I think Lamb and Marks are going to bring a wicket. I've got a funny feeling.
I hope you're right. Davey in again and goes into that umbrella field on the offside. James Rue was standing up but has now gone back to Josh Davey. Who's hopefully on his way in again. That's firm defence. This time from Will Young. He's been an admirable foil to Joe Clark. Just going on steadily. The New Zealander. And now,
coming up again.
A couple of deliveries back, James Rue's coming up. Just trying all sorts, Somerset, in search of this breakthrough.
Yeah, I mean, the field looks slightly peculiar. There's that ring of three fielders that short extra cover. Davey, meanwhile, is just trying to bowl straight, really, on the length.
And not take too much out of himself.
Well, yeah, just he's sort of at his best when he's sort of an automaton, really.
Runs here. A couple, probably.
Yeah, I think so.
Bashir's quick onto that. He's sprightly in the outfield, Shoaib Bashir. Got off some good stops today. That concludes Davies' 11th over. 1 for 40, his figures, that one wicket.
It's a while ago now, wasn't it?
Yesterday evening. That
Shiny
was,
new ball.
Ben Slater.
Yeah, very good catch from Sean Dixon, but not much joy today on a pitch that's, as Joe Garner used to say, sleeping. The pitch has gone to sleep. So he's trying most options. Renshaw, I think, is that the 7th or the 8th bowler? Goldsworthy, we've had Lammonby.
7th.
That's almost a miss hit. It went very quickly though. Who hasn't had a bowl?
Dixon.
I don't know what Dixon bowls.
Rue.
Well, he's keeping wicket.
Who else can I offer?
Banton.
Yeah.
Don't know what he bowls. He's smashing that to mid-off and not getting a run, so this a minor source of frustration.
You can't fault him for effort.
Well, no, actually he's bowled a perfectly good over. He's not. I mean, I saw him bowl a little bit against Surrey, and he bowled quite nicely. Oh no, he's lost his. Has he? I think he's lost his runner. Perhaps Clark wasn't ready. He was trying to. I think he's trying to up the over rate. Apart from anything else, get to that new ball, which Somerset would like to take with different batsmen at the crease. He's on the cusp of a maiden, which has been a rarity in recent times. However, that's gone, but it's just a single.
That's all right. Just the one off the over.
Yeah, well, want a wicket really, but he's he's not the worst casual off spinner. And he's bowled more overs than Goldsworthy in this innings. Might be his turn again soon. The umpires are having a chat. Lewis Gregory's looking to the heavens as if he needs a bit of inspiration. He's having a quick chat with Davey, who is going to continue. But there is a slight air of resignation out there.
Well, that's the effect of a placid pitch, isn't it?
And some very good batting.
Yeah. It's been a magnificent stand between these two from a pretty unpromising situation when they came together. Good looking drive, but only as far as mid-on.
In recent times, it's almost as if Clark is having a net. He's pummeled balls to mid-off off Renshaw, but didn't get any runs. But he's not too bothered by that. He's already got 123. And a very sweet on drive straight to Overton. No runs for that, but again, hardly a source of much anxiety.
Yeah, he looks immovable at the moment. Pick up another single here. Shoaib Bashir still on patrol out in the deep.
I think there might be space just for one more spell from Shoaib before the new ball becomes available. I suppose Gregory will feel obliged to take that new ball because nothing's happening with this old one. So maybe Shoaib might just have a little spell. Having had a ropey second spell from this end, really, Clark attacked him very well, and then it wasn't quite so accurate.
Yeah, I suppose the counter-argument is we did actually see when Knotts took the new ball that it actually upped the scoring rate.
That's true. That is true, but you've got to try and win this game and nothing's happening. And you would take the new ball, if you do, you might wait till after tea actually, with some trepidation, but you want to try and make something happen. Not for another 10 overs is it available. Oh, minor misfield, 1 run.
Well, one leaving for the other, possibly. A little bit of confusion about whose it was. And the single results. Deficit's down to single figures now. They've really made it hard work for the bowlers, these two not spatters.
Yeah, well, there's power to add. There's quite a bit of batting to come. So it was never going to be easy, but it's probably trickier than they thought at the start of play. They got that early wicket of Hamid, and that's been it. Can't fault Davey, and he's on target.
We'd very much like to thank
He's
our
also meeting the middle of the
principal
bat. He's
championship
bowling
partner,
a steady
WPA
line in
Health
length,
Insurance. They're based
but
just
not
a
much is
few
happening.
miles from the Cooper Associates County
Chat
Ground,
between
and
him
look after the
and
healthcare of
the
hundreds of
umpire
thousands
David
of people
Mills,
across the
and
UK,
also involving Craig Overton.
and to some of the UK's
Well,
most
he's taking a lot of
well-known
spetters now. This Josh Davey. I would think that they might turn to Shoaib again just before tea, and with the new ball not so far away, you might as well let your frontline spinner have a go with that old ball before they contemplate taking the new one.
Yeah, that looks like a sort of end of
He
spell
seems
sweater
to have
operation.
a lot of, yeah, he does seem to have. He's got both his sweaters there, and he's bowled okay, but without much penetration in that spell.
Still Renshaw at the other end. Nice looking drive. And, shy at the stumps. He would have been home anyway, I think. Will Young.
I don't think so. I know so. He was plenty of time there.
So Joe Clark back on strike.
Flat batted drive, which means he wasn't quite there, and slightly ugly, but he middled it. Hit it too hard to take the single.
Get a single
That's
here,
it.
plus.
You'll get. Well done. He's restricted it to 2. He's been busy around that boundary rope, Sean Dixon, today.
And didn't quite time that.
No. He's not actually causing him any trouble, Renshaw, but he has restricted him, and he's maybe slightly frustrated by that. But
Nearly a crowd catch.
not, yeah. But they know their cricket down here, and I don't think anyone was fooled by that.
That is up in the air, and it's going to be 4.
Minimum, yeah. He's had enough. I mean, in a sense, that's a victory for Renshaw in that he's made him play quite a big shot, that a lofted, almost extra cover drive, but he, of course, he's middled it. So, well, it's a very minor victory for Renshaw. It's gone for 4, but you feel that could have gone wrong. However, it didn't. So, I think we're going to have a bit more Shoaib. He's obviously listening in. He's got his earpiece on. Lewis Gregory. Who's still, almost everyone else is searching for that first wicket. Davies got one last night. Overton bowled a lovely spell right at the start of play. And I think Somerset have been wicketless since.
That boundary has erased the deficit.
So, is it all square as we stand?
I think they're 2 in front.
Oh,
Knots
dear.
now.
2 for 2. Where's Win, Viz, whatever? What's it saying now?
WinViz
Well,
is saying 54, but it's gone down again for Somerset, a Somerset win, although it's still the favourite, 54%.
Okay.
And the draw is up to 39%.
Right.
Only 7% for a Notts win.
That's gone up a bit, though.
Mm.
I mean, there is scope. There's still 38 overs remaining today. Assuming we get good weather tomorrow, which is a bit of an assumption, there is scope that this could develop into an interesting game with a frenetic finish, having seen a lot of runs scored with this sort of guess of, say, Notts got a lead of, I don't know, it's quite possible to get a lead from here, given they're sort of essentially 2 for 2, but the wicket is very, very comfortable. 240, 250, and there's 35 overs left.
It could be an interesting
what are you going to do? If that was the equation, it's 247 the lead. And this is a sort of equation that could work out. And there's 38 overs play left. Well, I think if you're Somerset, you think, well, we're going to have a look at these. We're going to try and get these. A bit like Surrey the other night. And anything could happen.
Have we got a replacement ball that's been brought out?
There has been a long delay, and I think you might be right.
I think so. I think it was...
Well, perhaps this one will do a bit more, but it's going to be bowled by Shoaib.
They won't be using it for very long, potentially, because there is a new one due in 8 overs' time.
Yeah. Sometimes with another one, it's worth just trying a little swing bowl just to see whether this one mysteriously does swing when the others have refused to. In fact, this Somerset attack is not really greatly swing-orientated. The only one who really looks to swing it is Gregory, I'd say. So we're never quite sure. It's a modest field in terms of its attacking intention. Just a slip now for Shoaib. They're obviously conscious of getting the overs in, Somerset. They're not behind the rate, I don't think, but just want to get on with it. It's a good shot and not a very good ball. Delicate late cut, and it's got enough pace on it to beat the backward point fielder. And it's 4 runs. He started well, Shoaib, but I think he's sort of almost over-eager and a bit impatient and frustrated that he has not had any reward. And that one's on this surface. It's easily put away.
Another one here, out to mid-wicket. So 5 off the over so far.
Young's played him really well in a sort of understated way. The bigger shots have come from Clark.
Just check the stroke in the end, Clark there. He was looking for the full-blooded off-drive and changed his mind. He's got so much time to adjust.
There really isn't much in terms of movement off the pitch. He's spinning when he leaves his hand, but not much happening when it hits the deck. And he takes his cap, and he's trying his heart out, of course, but I think there is a sort of element of frustration that he can't find anything from this pitch, nor can anyone else at the moment.
It's just dead, isn't it?
And of course, expectations have changed a bit. He's been off on tour. He's played for England, done terrifically well. And suddenly, everyone's excited by what he might do.
And he finds a flat track.
And he finds this is a very flat track upon which, you know, the best in the world would struggle to make a huge impact. One more change. Back to Lammerby, I think.
Change of bowling at the River End.
Yep.
This is Tom
This
Lammerby.
time from the river end.
Yeah.
The first spell was from the other.
Well, he keeps trying something, does Lewis Gregory. And Lammerby actually bowled a couple overs earlier on, which were just before lunch. And actually, they didn't threaten much, but they were on target, and there was just a flicker of movement back into the right-handers. But something slightly different over the wicket. Punched away just for that single, but there was a phase where Lammerby actually in T20 cricket would bowl the first over, wouldn't it?
Mm.
Quite often, which is quite a tense thing to do. Then, as I say, he didn't bowl much last year in any format because he'd had ankle problems. He's actually, you know, not the worst. He hasn't got many wickets to his name in his career, but he's got one or two.
Another single here. Shoaib Bashir on patrol, out on the leg side. These two have taken it, the total from 48 to 270.
Yeah.
Another single, long leg this time.
Not looking quite so threatening in this spell so far, Lammerby, but it's worth a try, I guess.
Well, getting this close to the new ball.
Yeah, exactly. We're in the 74th over. New ball will be due to be taken just after tea. Quite nice to be able to take it after an interval, so you've got a batsman who, you know, at least had an interruption. Oh, that's a bit of a misfield. Another scramble around the offside boundary is well fielded. Just get the couple, but it's coming off the meat of the bat still. And there's a sense of Gregory wanting to keep a bit of powder dry. They take the new ball. It will be Overton, certainly.
Overton Davey has been the norm, hasn't it?
Yeah, but he might take it himself. He could use Pretorius, who bowled a good spell actually after lunch. So it's yes, Overton and another.
Yeah, Pretorius has bowled as well as anyone today, really. He's passed the bat on several occasions. Might easily have picked up 2 or 3 wickets. No luck.
Hit. I tell you what, that
Not quite.
I just
Would have been tight.
Well, I think he was probably there, but I'm not so sure as I was last time. Left-handed, of course, Lewis Goldsworthy.
You might be able to have another look.
We're grasping, clutching at... well, it didn't hit the stump, so we're not clutching at anything really, but just I think it was a bit tight. There's been so few blemishes actually in this afternoon session in terms of play and misses. There was 1 or 2 against Pretorius. I really can't remember much else.
I think there was 1 off Gregory.
Yeah, but we're just talking play and misses now. I mean, it's...
And in these conditions, really, you need all the luck you can get.
Yeah. So he's going to try round the wicket, having bowled over the wicket, Shoaib. I sense a certain impatience there. He's so eager to get a wicket for his toil.
Now that's straight to the man. Lurking behind square on the offside. Won't be a run there. will be this time.
It's going to be a couple. To move 10 or 15 yards to his right there, Lamonby.
Yeah, quite a bit of ground to cover out by the Somerset stand, of which just the one section is open out of its maximum of 5.
Oh, that's a good piece of fielding. He absolutely smashed that to mid-off, and he had to move to his left, and Davy's done pretty well there. Warmed his hands up, I'd say. That's a sweeter shot. Not so hard, but beautifully placed. He's only get one, though, because Lamon...
He was quick, wasn't he, Lamonby, onto that?
Yeah.
Spotted the danger of the second and snuffed it out.
I think I've done Goldsworthy a disservice on the cover boundary. It was Goldsworthy.
Oh,
out there.
apologies.
Yeah, but no, it's my fault. Sometimes we've only got 2 left-handed fielders. But Goldsworthy the other one. Lamonby was at shorter extra cover, so I just rip off his jumper and continue with his work, following his 4th over now.
Notts now have a 16-run lead.
Yeah.
Effectively 16 for 2.
Indeed. Well, the odds keep changing with every boundary, I should think. The wicket would change them significantly, but I've seen one of those for a long time.
Somerset win is down below 50% now. It's gone down to 48.
Oh, right then.
But our Trade Nation win predictor, which you can find at the Match Centre on the Somerset website, saying there's a 45% chance of a draw.
They still don't fancy Notts much then?
Nope. Notts becalmed on 7%.
You'd think for Notts to win, at the moment, it would be a bit like Somerset at the Oval, but on a longer plane. That it would have to be a sort of enticing target that remains, which Somerset pursued, and there was and then wickets fell, and then suddenly the tail is up there, out there, having to sort of survive. But it's not an impossible scenario. I don't think there'll be any generous declarations on a surface such as this.
Yes, I wonder whether the nature of the pitch will change at all tomorrow.
Not a great deal, I wouldn't think.
We've got a hungry dog in your picture at the minute.
He's eating his lead at the moment.
Almost time for tea. We'll have tea pretty promptly, in fact.
Well, they've been whistling through their overs in the last half an hour. I think you'll find that when there's a hungry dog on the screen, not much is happening out in the middle. Just sort of getting to tea. If they'd love it if they could sneak a wicket from somewhere. Run out would do. They've actually run pretty well together as well.
Yeah, and also knowing that new ball is available after tea. If they could nip one out before.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be great from their perspective to have a fresh batsman in when the ball is new. We saw what happened yesterday when the new ball was taken with 2 batsmen set, and all it did, in fact, was accelerate the run rate.
I don't know what's in that drain, but there's something to interest the dog.
Oh, well.
I don't think we're ever going to find out.
Never know.
So 76 overs bowled. And that means that the new ball will be available 2 overs after the tea interval.
Well, I suppose so, although yesterday, to my mild surprise, I'm sure they took tea with 33 overs remaining.
I think that was because the scoreboard had fallen behind. Because when
yeah,
they
we
came,
had some scoreboard issues, didn't we, yesterday?
yeah, when they came back out, it had gone down to 32.
Yeah, okay, fine. Yep.
Still Shoaib.
He's going over the wicket, round the wicket. I think at the moment the pattern is that he seems to be just swapping fairly randomly. He's now coming over the wicket to Clark. See whether he goes over the wicket to Young. Lovely, easy single, just a little push. Nothing wrong with that delivery really, but such has been Clark's dominance. The field is a fairly deep set and he can just push it for an easy single.
Turned down this time. Young's 12 away from 3 figures.
Used his feet there but wasn't there and just ended up defending. He's hit one big aerial shot, Clark, when he came down. Not Clark, Young. Hit him over mid-wicket. I wouldn't think he would do that just before tea, but you never know.
Yeah, he hasn't hit a 6 yet. Will Young, 10 fours against Joe Clark's 1 6 and 16 fours. Down the leg side and nicely taken.
Yeah,
tricky
it did
those.
turn that actually. I mean, it was not a great delivery. It was leg side and it was short, and he, in a way, Young disappointed not to have got bat on it, but it did spin a little bit, that one.
Always tricky for the keeper because you're unsighted by the batsman on that side.
It's better line and length.
But Rue was agile.
Yep.
So one more over for
Lammonby.
and presumably one. No, that will be enough to complete the session.
Yep.
It's clouded over again a bit. There's still plenty of blue sky around.
It's been a really good session actually for Notts. I can't remember the precise lunch score, but they've added about 100, almost 140.
Well, we said that they could feel it was their morning. They
Yes,
could,
most certainly their afternoon.
that could be 4. No, it's going to be pulled in. There's a sweeper out in the deep.
Well, it'll be a tough last session for Somerset, but it's often quite a good barometer of how a side is sort of feeling, even though they've had a tough 2 sessions. If they can be right on their toes in the final session of a day like this.
And especially when the new ball's taken.
Yeah.
Squeezed away to sort of short third man. Who's at present in animated conversation with the skipper. Gregory quite deep at slip. Single out to deep mid-wicket this time. Goldsworthy. I think that is a safe bet this time because Lammonby's bowling.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, there are only, I think I'm right, there's only 2 left-handed throwers out there. And we have to remember that wouldn't be increased with Leach, actually, who throws right-handed.
Yes, we were talking about the late lamented Derek Underwood yesterday, and he was one of those who bowled left arm and batted right hand, I think.
Yeah. Which quite a few. Phil Edmonds,
yes,
was the same. Nick Cook, for what it's, I think, batted right-handed. I'm pretty sure. So it's not that unusual. David Gower batted left-handed, who was one of the worst bowlers I've seen as a professional, and not particularly dedicated. He bowled right-handed, or
Right.
threw it sometimes right-handed. And he
Here's the last ball of the session, which is a dot.
well, it's been a great session for Clark and for Young, and indeed for Nottinghamshire. 281 for 2. No wickets in that session. Nigh on 140 runs.
With Nottinghamshire having a lead of
Everything
20 runs
looking
there,
much more
tea
cheerful from a
at the
Nottingham
evening session in
perspective.
20
They know
minutes'
now
time.
that they've got a sort of stronghold from which they should. I would have thought the draw is now on the brink of becoming favourite, although I hesitate to argue with win.
With our Trade Nation win predictor.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit of a heresy to try and do that, and that's probably changed since we last looked at it.
Well, it hasn't. It's not got any better for knots. It's still 7% for them.
But what about the draw?
The draw has gone up a little
Where's
bit.
the draw?
The draw is 49%. So in fact, the draw
is now
is the favourite.
So
Match sponsors NHS Somerset.
Mr. Win Predictor is still working hard, even though it's tea time, and he might be taking a break, or she,
Members and spectators, because
or whoever it is, or whatever it is.
Yeah, you can put your feet up now for 20
Yeah,
minutes.
well, it's not going to change that much.
campaign
Or is it?
to test the blood
So
pressure.
effectively at tea, Nottinghamshire are 20 for 2. That's
Yeah.
the
Well,
lead
that's-
they've got, but that looks a lot better than a huge deficit,
Yeah,
which is what they
absolutely.
started with.
Yeah, it's been a terrific effort by both these players. Clark has been the most eye-catching. He's got 140 in pretty good time. Played some lovely shots. Young, equally competent. Not quite so much aggression, but very controlled. Gregory's tried most things and most bowlers.
7 of them.
Yeah, but there's not much there to help any of them. So it's a big uphill task for Somerset, and there's a lot of hope now in that Nottinghamshire dressing room. Bear in mind, Nottinghamshire are the only side, well, until today, who'd lost a match in the First Division. They lost to Essex, but Lancashire have joined them in losing to Essex already today on a pitch, I guess, at Chelmsford that offers a bit more to the bowlers than this one.
Which wouldn't be hard at the moment. Anyway, we're going to have a little break and hope very much you can join us for the final session.
Just £10 for adults, £7.50 for juniors. There are family tickets on offer there too. Tickets for all of these events, these wonderful events, available on our website and in reception at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. The Somerset County Cricket Club 2024 Replica County Championship and Vitality Blast shirts are now available to order from Somerset County Sports, located next to the Somerset Cricket Museum, and from the SCCC shop behind the Ondarchi stand. Been a bit of a chill in the air at times today, which undoubtedly will have had you thinking about Christmas. You deserve to see out this year in style, so we're inviting inviting you to spend a well-deserved and magical evening with us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, celebrating the festive season. Our Christmas party nights are selling out fast though, believe it or not, so if you want to guarantee that your event will be here in December, please do book now, very quickly, to avoid disappointment. For more information, please visit reception in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion or visit our website. And the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion is also where you need to go to inquire about membership for Somerset County Cricket Club throughout this 2024 season, and indeed tickets for all of our home matches that can be purchased online or at the Marcus Trescothick right now. Elsewhere in County Championship Division 1 today, Essex have beaten Lancashire by an innings and 124 runs, while Somerset are building a very big first innings lead against Kent, 296 ahead right now as they're 540 for 7, centuries for Dom Sibley and Dan Lawrence there. At Southampton, Warwickshire posted 455. In reply, Hampshire are 323 for 7, so they trail by 132. And they're closing in on a result at Kidderminster as Worcestershire are 201 for 6 in their second innings. That means they trail by 257 against Durham. Here at Somerset County Cricket Club, we stand against all forms of discrimination. There is absolutely no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity we are stronger. We are dedicated to raising the game, so if you witness it, challenge it and call it out. Here at Somerset you can report an issue or concern by alerting a steward or by texting SCCC steward followed by your message to 66777. That's 66777. There's so much to come here at the Cooper Associates County Ground this summer. The Metro Bank One Day Cup has themed matches. The Club Cricket Social on Friday, July 26th. That's the biggest cricket party in the southwest. That's when Kent come to town. Friday, August the 2nd, the Beer and Cider Festival, the world famous Beer and Cider Festival. That's before or during the game against Lancashire here. There'll be a variety of brilliant acoustic musical talent from the local area that day as well. Family Fun Day is Sunday, August the 4th for the match against Derbyshire, and Friday, August the 9th, the Bob Marley Revival. That's when Somerset take on Worcestershire. We're screening England's Euro 24 matches here at the Cooper Associates as well. Sunday, June the 16th, England against Serbia. Thursday, June 20th, England-Denmark. Tuesday, June 25th, England-Slovenia. There are tickets on sale right now. They cost just £5, and that price includes a drink on the day. You can buy all 3 group stage games for just £12, and that again includes a drink for every game. The Serbia game is also Father's Day, and there's a double on offer that day because Somerset take on Glamorgan in the Vitality Blast that afternoon, and then, like I mentioned, England face Serbia in the Euros in the evening, so you can enjoy both games here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Enjoy the action of the Blast perhaps with one of our excellent hospitality offerings available via our website, and then there's football in the Fan Village after that. And I mentioned Bob Marley Revival. There are a couple of other concerts this summer as well here. Friday, July the 5th is Magic Queen. Friday, July 19th, Someone Like You, the Adele Songbook. Tickets are just £12 with a group discount of 10 for the price of 8. They're available via our website and from reception in the Marcus Truscothic Pavilion. And if you buy one, get one half price on Somerset Sessions in 2024, you get 2 concerts for just £18.
Welcome back here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Here come our umpires. David
The umpires are
Mills
on the
and
way
Russell Warren.
out
Let's
into the
give them a
middle.
very
I'm
warm
sure they'll be
reception, please.
rapidly followed by the Nottinghamshire batsmen and slowly followed by the Somerset fielders. But we have a new ball in 2 overs, and I think, in fairness, Vic Marks, that's probably the window of opportunity and potentially the last one in the game to really get this game reinvigorated in some way, shape or form.
It is from a Somerset perspective. We had a kind of similar scenario yesterday where Somerset were getting their innings back on track, and then after 80 overs, unsurprisingly, the new ball was taken and the run rate just soared, which sometimes happens. It's a risk you take. The ball will move a bit more, you think, but it'll also fly off the bat a bit quicker if you don't get it right and you've got 2 batsmen in. So there is a sort of risk attached, but I think you're right. You can't just keep going on as we have been. You've got to take. There's an element of gamble about taking the new ball. In these conditions, you've got to acknowledge that there are no guarantees, and the ball might keep speeding away off the bat against 2 batsmen who are in. But it's a sort of gamble you've got to take because nothing's happening in the last session with the old one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Somerset will be in a position where they have to take the new ball.
Yeah.
Shoaib looks like he might be starting from this end.
Well, there's a couple overs needed to get to that new ball.
Maybe he might crack it open, who knows, but it's amazing, and especially in terms of the very optimistic day one Trade Nation win predictor. I think
he's been going up and down like a yo-yo.
Well, I think the draw's gone up a little bit higher, but I think there's, the game is sort of, very rapidly drifting towards a potential where Somerset could go from 97% to really having to battle hard to save the game themselves. The Nottinghamshire bowling unit have been wedged in, enjoying the sunshine, resting up. And if this keeps going at this trajectory, I think Somerset are probably going to have a really awkward session and a half to bat at some stage in this game, which is exciting in itself. I'm sure this game is certainly not done, but that was a particularly dry middle session if you're a Somerset fan. But I mean, the one joy being up here as a neutral in some way, shape or form was the batting, the stroke making of Joe Clark. It was phenomenal. And I spoke to Dave Bracegirdle next door, who's working for another cricketing outlet. That Joe Clark's been really frustrated about ticking over the 100 and getting out, and he's hungry for something a lot bigger.
Yeah. Well, he hasn't changed the way he's gone about his business since getting 100, and he's just cruised to another 40 runs. I mean, what I think is most likely, or would be most interesting, is I don't think Notts will toss out a challenging declaration on a surface like this after being close to losing the game and then get back into it. So they want to bat to safety, which is well within their compass now. But there is also that enticing equation possible where they get bowled out with a lead of, let us, I don't know, we were talking about 240 or something like that, and there's 32 overs left in the day's play. And then Somerset, could think, well, we're going to have a little dart at this, but suddenly it all goes wrong, and then that's Notts' way of winning the game. I think if they get to absolute safety and then declare, you would expect on this what we've seen of this surface, that Somerset should be able to cope with 40 overs of just batting. Agreed. But they might, but there could be excitement if there's 40 overs left. And there's a what they think is attainable target, and you go for it, and we have mayhem, and then you call off the chase with 6 or 7 wickets down.
I think the difference
and there's 12 overs to go.
Yeah, the difference compared to what we saw last week at the Oval is you've got back-to-back county champions Surrey, very confident, buoyant mood, 10 plus and over. They were probably going to always budget 4 or 5 wickets at that chase, and then back themselves to batten down the hatches. Would Somerset be as confident of batting out 10 overs with the last few batters?
Well, they got. If you're getting a bit, you'd be up for going that. I mean, you'd say, "I'll out a batting skip."
I'm stupid though, Vid. I'd go.
No. Well, if you were feeling a little bit edgy, you could juggle your order. There's such as a sort of. You could send our new batting stars, Pretorius and Overton could go early. You'd possibly bring back Goldsworthy as a bit of an insurance later on. You could do all sorts. It's quite exciting.
Well, I think send
Banton out to open their batting.
Let's keep that trend going. Let's think about all the exciting prospects, because
not much else to do.
Otherwise it could be.
A
bit of a drab session, but actually, I think you've got to. I think there's a few comments on the live stream. Sometimes you have to tip your cap to the opposition. Let's face it, you've got 2 high quality players, Will Young and Joe Clark, who have played a pretty flawless innings. And I think it's fair to say the Somerset bowlers have toiled hard. They've bowled really nicely. Overton, Lewis Gregory was getting the ball just to pinch in and keep low slightly. Pretorius bowled some absolute beauties, but the Nottinghamshire pair haven't been phased, and they've kept their concentration against Lammonby and Renshaw and Goldsworthy. They've just kept a very steady tempo all day so far.
Yeah. I mean, this. We were talking earlier on that this outcome was always on the cards if Nottinghamshire batted well, because this surface at the moment offers very little to any type of bowler. The odd ball, particularly when Pretorius was bowling, kept low for a while, barely a ball has spun. Hasn't swung. We haven't really. That's a well-guided 4. Actually, just waited a bit to beat the cover fielder. This Somerset bowling attack is not a swinging attack, which is sometimes been the case, even when Trigo was playing, or remember Charles Willoughby. I mean, if the ball was swinging, anything could happen. The only person who really is adept at swinging of this attack, I suppose, is Lewis Gregory, really. The rest are not natural swing bowlers. Would you agree with that? You're the
Yeah, to a point. I think a lot of Craig Overton's wickets nip back come because he shapes the ball slightly.
Yeah,
He's not a big swinger of the ball. I don't think Lewis has that ability to swing the ball, but I think he predominantly tries to bowl those sort of wobble seam balls in and around off stump. But yeah, I think he is a seam bowler. Josh Davey is definitely not a swing bowler. He's more of a line bowler that looks to nip the ball off the seam. So they do all present slightly different challenges. I think
but there's not an out-and-out swing bowler that sometimes we've had in the past. Willoughby springs. You played with him quite a bit, didn't you?
When you're a swing bowler, all you need in the wicket is carry,
Yeah.
and you're in the game, which there is in this surface. So yeah, you are right. Maybe someone that bowls a little bit fuller. Yes, looking to shape the ball big, swing the ball big, keep have an in-out field, 3 slips, cover fielder through, bowl one side of the pitch. Yeah, it's not easy. I'm not saying it's easy at all, but I think if Lammers had a little bit more pace, when he burst onto the scene, he was kind of very much touted as an all-rounder. He opened the bowl in one-day cricket, but
he did, didn't he?
I mean, he's become quite a reluctant bowler, I think, in some ways.
Well, he's had some injuries
because of his body.
Yeah, he had certainly ankle problems. Anyway, we've got the new ball. I think he's presuming he's taken it. He has taken it, and it's an important phase of the game. From a Nottinghamshire perspective, it's nice to have 2 batsmen who are really set to deal with that new ball.
Well, it's a massive opportunity to score. The ball is a lot harder, comes off the bat a lot quicker. So if you play well, you certainly get.
You would have batted quite a lot against the second new ball in your time, and probably enjoyed yourself by and large.
Yeah, I did make the comment a number of times that batting in the middle order for Somerset when it was very flat, it was like being an opener because you were always facing the new ball. You'd either bat when we were in the doodah or it was the second new ball. So it's fine. I think if you're positive against it, which was the default setting over here.
Well, that's all right.
Yeah, you can certainly make hay. That's for sure. There's no better place to bat in the country when the wicket goes, to this sort of nature. Yeah, you're going to get the odd bit of movement, but if you're presenting the full face of the bat, you've got a reasonable hand-eye and a good technique. There aren't any demons in it. You are more into that, making a mental mistake moment than getting blown out by some miraculous delivery. I suppose, on the contrary to my thoughts with the international kind of stuff and the Kookaburra ball and looking for those fast bowlers, the 88 to 92 mile an hour bowlers. That's you're never out of the game if you have one of those in your armoury where you could throw someone on to rough someone up and make them uncomfortable or try and crack open a wicket. But many have come down here, Vic, and ended up getting very quickly to 12 overs, 0 for 100. I've seen it many times. So it's not an exact science. It's a small ground as well.
Yep, the boundaries are very accessible sometimes.
Yeah, I feel for the bowlers. We both have been there in different eras.
Absolutely.
Where you get to that day 3 and it's tough and your body's tired and your feet are barking, but you got to find a way. That's what it's all about. And I know Craig Overton, he's the sort of bowler where if he gets one,
there's a chance.
You'll see a completely different bloke the next 7 or 8 overs.
Yep.
And that's what the Somerset team, captain, players have to hold out hope for.
Who are you giving the new ball to at the other end?
I'd like Lewis to take it. Wouldn't surprise me if it wasn't, and it could easily be Davey or Pretorius. It looks like
Lewis is doing some loosening.
No,
that's not Lewis, is it? That's not Lewis.
That's the second slip, which I think.
No, okay, no, it's not. I've got that wrong. Yeah, it's going to be Pretorius, I think.
I'm not sure who. Lammerby's the second slip. He's probably just stretching out his back after his 6 overs. That's enough for Lammers.
He's going Pretorius. That's right, isn't it? My eyes are. Yeah, I'm sure that's Pretorius. But
Shots like that of high quality, I think that's the sort of shot against the new ball that will deflate the bowling attack quickly. I think
it's just over pitch, so just a fraction full, but my goodness me, he's put it away nicely, hasn't he?
12, 14 overs of good batting here. I think Nottinghamshire almost go into command of the game in some ways.
Yeah. Well, now they are effectively 30. I forgot exactly what the lead was, but 35 for 2 or something like that.
Where is the Trade Nation win predictor?
It's still bobbling up and down.
I think it's gone heavily weighted to the draw.
I wonder
at this stage,
how quickly it
thought.
updates.
We have 40% Somerset, draw 53%, Nottinghamshire 7%. So I think that makes a lot more sense to me now.
It updates every ball, I'm told.
Every single ball, the win predictor is updated.
Well, that must be hard for the poor chap doing it.
Well, we keep them well fed and out of natural sunlight in the basement, tapping away on the keys, doing the stats.
Clark's got his 150. I realise now, with that lovely boundary from 217 balls. You're right. You said he was getting greedy.
Oof. Well, he's got a first-class best of I think it's 229.
Right. That's a lovely.
Maybe early to say that he's got his.
That's on
mind on it, but it wouldn't surprise me. I remember back in the day, below where we are now, Vic, going into Phil Frost's room to, I don't know, get a bit of paint to do the run-up or something like that, and up on his wall, he used to have a massive list of all the away players that had their career bests at Taunton.
Really?
Graham Hick was up there with his 405.
Well, I'm very familiar with that because quite a few of those were off me.
So it was always quite strange that the groundsman would be proud of the opposition career bests.
It is strange, and it doesn't necessarily reflect what the priorities of the groundsman are. I mean, there might be other groundsmen who've got career bests 7 for 23.
Well, he won. I think he won groundsman of the year about 5 or 6 years in a row. So I think fair to say he did make a beautiful pitch.
It was,
but not necessarily always the best for a result.
Yeah. No. I mean, we've obviously at least once been docked points because of pitches, or one or two pitches turning excessively. But I'm all in favour of someone docking points on a pitch where one side scores 692 for 4 declared, and the other side gets 710 or for 7.
That
end
already
of game.
Wouldn't happen in this pitch, though, would it?
Oh, he's just beaten the bat. What a rarity that was. But anyway, that sort of pitch could also be docked 15 points as far as I'm concerned.
Well, it was always one of the mad. Oh, that's a beauty there from Pretorius, just shaping away, nipping off the seam. Just need one of those to catch the edge, and this game can reignite. It was always the very mixed message that you got from the ECB that was in a period where they were going crazy about promoting spin and spinners not bowling in England, and where are we going to get spinners, how are we going to win in the subcontinent, and obviously Somerset developed Leach and Bess in that period, and as soon as we actually had some club success having a spinning pitch, we got dock points and told we couldn't do it. It was like, well, throw us a bone here. I can remember first ball of a game, Abdurrahman, Daryl Mitchell, I think we had Lewis open the bowling, Bob 1 over, Abdurrahman left arm spinner opening the bowling in the championship game day one. Probably not an ideal indication that you were not having a sort of an overly spinning wicket, but the first ball sort of pitch leg went over Daryl Mitchell's right shoulder between keeper and Trez and went for 4. I from point trotted after it, and I got down to the boundary to pick the ball up and noticed a chap stood there in salmon chinos, a white shirt with a lanyard round his neck, clearly from the ECB with those chinos. It was oozing ECB.
Who was it,
And I don't know, but I was like, oh, we're in trouble. If he's a pitch inspector, we could be in a bit of bother here.
Abdurrahman, I remember him. I mean, he bowled. He was He bowled with some success at one point.
Yeah,
he bowled quickly, didn't he? It's quick left arm spin.
Quick into the pitch. He was quite subtle. He had one that would sort of undercut slightly and skid on, and the next one he'd stand the rope up and would spin sharply towards the slip. I mean, at one stage we had, one slip, Trez on his hands and knees, gully, all sorts going on. Tom Cooper bowled, his right arm hand grenades and managed to pick up a 5 for. Jeetan Patel would, rock up on day one, just licking his lips. He was like penciled in for 12 in the match. But they were 2.5 day to 3 day games.
But they were
very exciting.
They were
Could
exciting.
have gone either way.
Yeah.
But we, told that we couldn't do it. Now we've got pitches like this. This is the alternative, I guess.
Well, he's on target, but there's not doing much. Which is not a huge surprise, but probably Pretorius has beaten the bat as much as anyone actually today, which is not very often.
Yeah, I think he's been unlucky. He bowled one to, I think it might have been Joe Clark, that just it moved so extravagantly towards the slips. It looked like it must have been an edge, but wasn't at all. I mean, bar that one off memory, the previous over and the ball that got Hamid out, I don't think a ball's really gone off the straight. Couple kept low from Lewis Gregory, but not a lot else to work with at the moment. Joe Clark 155 off 222 balls. And in my eyes deceiving me, of both batters faced exactly the same amount of balls. I think they have.
Yeah, double Nelson.
It's outside the line. 222 balls apiece. That's got to be hard to do that.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at this.
Well, I think your immediate reaction, it's so rare actually for the ball to miss the bat. You've got to have a shout.
Yeah,
but he's going to be outside the line, I think.
He's
isn't he?
probably just struck on off stump of the second set, somewhere around there. So
he's actually he did a little shuffle, cross the crease shuffle. So his left leg is significantly outside off stump. Might have been hitting, just clipping off stump if we're lucky, but a sound decision clearly. But didn't look like it.
Come on, umpire, mix it up. Get that finger up.
Oh, yes, they have.
There we go. We got one. We have not got one. I don't think he's got. No, I don't think that's a nick.
Okay, well,
the body language just all wrong, wasn't it?
I don't know.
I don't.
From whom?
From the fielders. They just didn't. They just didn't continue with the appeal. Unless he's shouted not out, the umpire.
Well, all I'm saying is it could only have hit his bat if it hit anything. But it probably hit nothing. You can't trust anyone's body language nowadays, of course, or ever, really.
It's a strange appeal from the bowler, Pretorius. He's done. I don't know what he's done there. He's done some sort of like he's just done a strike in 10-pin bowling or something. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
They were pretty convinced behind the stumps, but you can't trust anything. The batsman sometimes, and there was a time where if you watch the batsman, they would just instinctively, if they'd nicked it, they'd look behind.
Yeah, just
see it
something
go
about
into
the
gloves.
bowler's
To be
body
fair,
language wasn't right.
Clark didn't go behind, as it happens. He didn't look behind, but that may be because he's a gnarled old pro who's learnt not to, or he may not be. We can't tell you really. It was one of those where you're crying out for Snicko.
The Nottinghamshire bench there. Tomo looking pretty relaxed. I think that's
Who's
Dean Headley, I think's in the dugout next
Dean
to
Headley?
Luke Fletcher. What a magnificent cricketer he was.
Dean Headley, he's
Kent and England.
He's down at Down at Blundell School as head of cricket. No, down at Tiverton. That's where he's working.
He'd have extracted something out of this picture.
He probably would. I mean, I remember watching him. Well, I watched him win a Melbourne Test match, and he got wickets for England. Whatever year it was, late 90s, early 2000s. It's good. He's bowling. He's as been as threatening as anyone, Pretorius.
He's bowled without any luck, that's for sure. So peculiar, that edge. Was it an edge? Wasn't it an edge? Just something about the whole...
Yeah, well, I think you might be right, but it's hard for us to tell with the naked eye. You can look at replays. All I'm saying is if it hit anything, it had to hit the bat. It couldn't have hit anything else because there's nothing else in the way. But that doesn't mean it did.
What I think we need to do, Vic, we need to entice one of our fantastic sponsors.
You want Snicko?
To have an excellent trading year and invest in a Snicko or Hotspot, I don't know.
No. Well,
I mean, wouldn't that be great, wouldn't it, if we could really go to town and...
It would be for our stream.
Speak with some knowledge as we see right on cue those beautiful orange Trade Nation banners. I mean, if there's a company out there that are doing pretty well, here Trade Nation is the one. But then I'm also quite partial to the odd snack up here. So is it Filbert's? I think we're involved with Filbert's fine dining snacks. I know it's in the players' dressing room. They get well looked after.
Do they?
Biltong and little crispy
Biltong?
snacks. You know, like cured beef.
Aussie, South African, yeah.
It's an acquired texture, that, isn't it? Depends if you want to, build up a jaw like Desperate Dan over the summer. Yeah, it's pretty chewy, that stuff. But
tell me this: did they still, when you were playing, did they still have drinks brought in at the end of the day? It used to be a duty of the 12th man. Probably didn't happen in the more recent periods.
Just remember, I started over in the Colin Atkinson.
Yeah. Did you have to do a drinks list when you were 12th man?
There was a drinks list that Bob used to run down and get, and a couple of trays of varying different drinks would come up, and obviously he'd slop them a little bit, so it was a real cocktail at the bottom of the tray. There was there'd be a Guinness, a John Smith's, a lager, orange juice and lemonade for the healthier types. And then there was always Mike Burns. Mike Burns, who's now an umpire. He'd always have a Bacardi Breezer specified with the top on. And we never quite got... taking it home with him and drinking it, or because he was tight as a duck's backside, to be fair.
Very good umpire.
And we worked out halfway through the season that Burnsy would invite us over to his obligatory sort of barbecue, and what were the drinks of choice? He didn't put his hand in his pocket, but there was every flavour of Bacardi Breezer from his season. So he's famous for that old Burnsy.
So, and did that, once you moved from Colin Atkinson, where did you go from Colin Atkinson? Is that to
the Andy Caddick?
To Andy Caddick. Were you still getting drinks then, or did that
now what there is
off? No alcohol now, surely, post.
There is optional for all adults, or most of them. We just have a permanent... Well, the lads and we just had a lovely little sort of half-size fridge.
Yeah.
It's permanently stocked with drinks.
So a beer or
Burnsy's barbecues this day and age would be magnificent. You could have all sorts of different drinks.
Okay, so in my day, of course, we didn't have a dressing room attendant like that when I started.
It was just the
At
short
least we
straw.
did, I've forgotten. So if you were a young 12th man, every day you had to get your pen and paper out, or pencil and paper, and ask everyone what you wanted to drink tonight. It was beer or lager. Closey would have whiskey.
I'm sorry.
And then, but not only that, then you had to carry these trays rocking with great pints of lager down the steps into the dressing room. Obviously,
I'm remembering some stories of, oh my lord, Robert Robert Staple, he was a great guy, but you'd have like there'd be a tray of sandwiches at tea, for instance, and some nice cakes, and you'd always find one with like half a bite out of it. Where Bob just couldn't resist but to have a little nibble of the side of
dressing room
a bit of cake. And there was this, and when the eras sort of started changing from the couple of pints of beer or whatever to the protein shakes and the energy drinks, all that sort of stuff. So we put in this big order as a club, and it was relatively expensive. All these protein powders to get the boys big and strong and powerful. And, you'd never. It was like day one of the protein shakes. They taste like strawberry milkshake or chocolate milkshake. You'd never see Bob without one of these protein shakes that he'd made for himself, and he's supping away these protein shakes. If any of you listeners out there have ever had a protein shake, they're quite heavy on the tummy. Anyway, day one, Rob's had about 45 what he thinks strawberry milkshakes. The next 3 days, trap number one was full.
Oh dear.
Played havoc with the poor bloke, but I can remember Kevin Shine, the coach at the time, going in absolutely berating him. He went through about 50 quid worth of protein shake.
Oh well, I don't think.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
The good old days. No, there's a fully stocked fridge. The guys they've got grazing food to keep themselves their energy levels up.
Yeah. Well, no, that didn't happen.
Little row of Thatchers and the Waters and all the bits and bobs. They get well looked
a bit
after.
more discipline now. I mean, being 12th man was arduous. You had to run you had a big bath. You had to run the bath, make sure you got the hot water before the opposition. You had to carry these great big drinks. You probably had the food before we moved over to the Colin Atkinson position, which was a long time ago. The food was not great. So you'd also quite often, as 12th man, get an order for so many fish and chips. Down the fish and chip shop. But then I remember so later on it's just dribbled away. It's all very frustrating for the Somerset set-up at the moment, but they're keeping going. Clark is still there, young, not far off the three figures, which he probably deserves, let's be fair.
Clark on 160, knocks 307 for 2 at the moment. 5 overs into this new ball, and not a great deal going on. A couple of opportunities, maybe.
Anyway, but we certainly didn't have a fridge with stuff in, and we didn't have all this nice food. And I just remember occasions where you come in with a tray of sandwiches, tea time, when you're batting, and these were eagerly anticipated, these sandwiches, and they'd go, and then the poor two batsmen would come in, they'd look at a tray, they'd be fighting their hearts out in the middle. There's not a sandwich left. It's not fair, really. No discipline.
Some of these, it's great, always great reminiscing, and I remember sort of coming into the dressing room and the away games and the nutrition. We're talking like late 90s, and the first away trip of the second 11 where I thought I was on a stag do the first couple of trips we went in the second 11, and then things got more serious when you got into the first team. And then I remember Stephen Jones was one of the first cricketers in the country to really go big on the gym and all the supplements and protein shakes and all that. And there was this very bizarre period in the early 2000s where two of the tea options were like an onion bhaji and a lamb samosa, or something quite heavily spiced that you probably don't want on a hot summer's day. And Steph was getting particularly irritated with the tea options, and in this wonderful Welsh accent just shouted with a samosa held aloft, "Can anyone tell me the bleep nutritional value in a lamb samosa?" and threw it at the wall, and it exploded everywhere. And oh my lord. On that note, talking snacks, I think, it's in the name, is it? I'm sure Stephen Lamb will bring us some other options with the old lamb samosa.
Yes. Wow. Times have changed a bit. Well,
I was a
even
bit
so-
reluctant to come on and interrupt.
No. It's just a slightly different game now.
The draw's up to 61%
Is it? Yeah. Well, I'm not surprised.
on our Trade Nation win predictor.
I mean, Notts might be creeping up just
Well,
a little bit.
They've actually gone down.
Have they? Oh, right.
They've gone down from 7% to 6%.
Okay.
Dave Downing downstairs was wondering whether the win predictor takes the weather forecast into account as well. I don't think it does.
Well, why ever not?
Well-
I mean, weather forecasts, to be fair, nowadays, it seems we used to depend mostly on the weather vane on the St James's Church for our weather forecast, which was pretty good, actually. In which direction was the cockerel facing was pretty reliable. But now, that's not necessarily the first port of call when you're seeking the weather forecast. But by and large, they sort of get it right nowadays. So how you can have... I mean,
Well,
I mean, perhaps
maybe.
you may not be right. I mean, surely the wind predictor will just keep an eye on the forecast.
I don't know the answer. I'll have to ask Ben. He knows everything.
Yeah.
But maybe that's part of the 61% chance of a draw, the weather forecast. Who
Well,
knows?
I'm not sure. I think if you really had a poor weather forecast, it would be up to 92.
Well, yeah.
You know, if it was certain to rain tomorrow.
I'm surprised Notts have gone down. Actually, they've just gone back up to 7%.
There's someone listening in.
They're playing havoc with us somewhere in the basement.
We think it is an incredibly... No, I'm not going to knock it. But we think it's an incredibly sophisticated, computer-driven system. It's probably, someone in a dungeon just pressing a few buttons, isn't it? No, it's a great asset.
I love the lamb samosa story.
Well, Stephen Jones, who's a wonderful, wholehearted pace bowler. And Pete was right. He was very keen to make the most of his body. He was in the gym and he wanted all the best. But I just remember him coming up to me at one point and saying, all I want to do, he was Welsh, I want to bowl 90 mile an hour. And I'm not sure, actually. He's learnt masses. He's been a really good bowling coach. He probably still is, actually. But he did. We got the impression he did so much work in the gym that actually he got a bit muscle bound. You want to be whippy to be able to bowl quick, and he almost, I suspect, did too much work in the gym in his pursuit of bowling 90 mile an hour. Just kept a bit low, but they're in so well that they spotted it, and there's hands on hips from Overton.
Yeah, the double Overton
Again,
teapots.
that's the sort of delivery that if you're bowling at a new batsman, they might have got through, but Clark has seen that ball well. Yeah. So some of the great fast bowlers, I mean, Malcolm Marshall's the obvious example, were not at all muscly, but they were whippy. Anyway, Stephen Jones did sterling work for Somerset, probably the beginning of this century, essentially, around then. Always ready to bowl.
You mentioned the fish and chips for lunch in the old pavilion.
Yeah.
I think Fred Rumsey had quite a bit to do with improving standards on the food front.
Well,
So I've read.
Well, you may have read that, but having started in just post Fred Rumsey, I think there was still room for improvement by the time we started. I mean,
So I wonder what it was like when he
well,
started.
I
then.
mean, I have this picture of when I first started, of dear Merv Kitchen, who was a lovely character, a great character, and a great umpires even. But he was a sort of a bit of a shop steward in the dressing room, just And I remember, I think, right at the start, sitting down at lunch, which we used to have no proper kitchens, really. We had them in the old indoor school during matches. And it was usually cold ham with the odd boiled potato and some salad. But sitting there and saying to the rest, assembled sort of, oh, that's another good delivery from Pretorius. He has deserved, if anyone's deserved a wicket today, it's him.
Yeah, I think you could argue he's the pick of the bowlers today.
Yeah. But I can picture him there sort of saying, these lunches are diabolical. They're not going to... Here, pass those spuds over, will you? And a bit of mayonnaise, and off we went. There we go. That's bounced and left him. He's nowhere near touching that. So he's got something out of this, but can't get the wicket. And then he's stolen a single. Frustrating. Good ball, just dribbled out on the offside.
That'll take him to 99, Will Young.
Yeah.
Been a long innings, but a hugely productive one for his side. And indeed for his partner.
Yeah. I think that was one of the biggest changes, actually, when we left the old pavilion here and moved over to the Colin Atkinson all those years ago. There were proper kitchens down below, and the food improved immeasurably once we got over there.
Another single down to the third man, which gives Young the chance to complete his century.
Yeah, they're just bringing, it's almost a token act, but they're bringing the guy who's been patrolling the wide third man boundary. He's coming up into the ring, as it were, at backward point, and also Lewis Goldsworth, he's come in from a sort of deep square leg. He's saving the single now. And Young settling down, 99. He's been very composed so far. I haven't really seen any sign of the nervous 90s.
Is that going to be it? No.
No, it's not. Nice firm drive, but straight to the fielder. And the fielder coming in a little bit, it's a sort of ritual, really, when someone's on 99.
57 now, Nottinghamshire's lead. And still just the one wicket to have fallen today.
Yeah. That's it. And it's quite a flourish to get there. Lovely little push drive, square of the wicket. So that's the second Centurion of the match. Somerset didn't have a Centurion, of course, and they're building their big total. Very sweet shot.
Nice way to get there.
Absolutely, just over pitched, and that hard new ball speeding off the bat. He has bowled well, Pretorius. He's getting a pat on the back from Tom Lammonby, I think. You feel he's deserved something for his toils, but he hasn't got anything. Young, 103. Clark, 167. Scoreboard, 322 for 2. The game, this is, well, you can never take much for granted. Well, I think we all did, to be fair, recognise that it would be tough going, getting wickets on this surface. Nonetheless, this is an exceptional effort from this pair of batsmen. Very, very composed, very polished, very calm, quite aggressive. They haven't just dug in. It's not Clark's way. It's not Clark's way.
The
but
stats.
He hasn't taken any undue risk, though.
Be another single here. The stats on Will Young's century: 234 balls and 10 fours.
Yeah, well, by modern standards, that's sedate progress, but it's just perfect from a Nottinghamshire point of view. He's taken no unnecessary risks.
Sorry, in fact, it's 11 fours, including that one which got him there.
So, just the job for your number 3. And he's dug that one in. Well, he's got a man out for that. He's got a field that purposely banged that one in, did Craig Overton, but it didn't really come off quick enough to worry Young.
He might feel a bit miffed that he found the man so
unerringly. Yeah, it was a beautiful shot, actually, but there was a man at square leg to protect that short boundary. So he's got a licence to bang a few in, but well, we'll see whether he does the same to Clark.
Just defended.
Yeah,
this time
was just banged in short of a length, but not bouncer length.
Shadows beginning to lengthen a little with the sun out. Craig Overton casts a longer one than most.
Yeah.
Nicely timed, but straight into the leg side cordon.
Josh Davies starting to do a few limbering up exercises. He might be replacing Pedroius, perhaps. It's his turn. He can get to the stage where there's a sort of rotor system bracing himself. He's got a new ball, but he hasn't done a great deal. You can tell that from the field set. I mean, there's set for the odd short ball, just one slip. I think it's fair to say Somerset's fielding has not relented throughout. I mean, they've been out there a long time. Crisp breeze, but they've stuck at it, as have the bowlers, but not being able to make any impression against high quality batsmen.
On a disheartening surface.
Yeah.
I rather lament the passing of Hyderabad. It certainly made for some interesting cricket.
Absolutely. I mean, there were times, if we're honest, where it's very hard to precisely dictate what a pitch does. Otherwise, we'd be having pitches that start to turn a little bit now and a bit more. It's very hard to do that. And there were clearly a couple of games where it did a bit much, and it got Angus Fraser very unhappy and one or two others.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, it did produce two spinners who went on to play for England.
And it produced
some absolutely enthralling cricket. Low scoring, admittedly, but not very low scoring compared to some other seam orientated games, either early season or late season on greenish pitches. So the other point I always want to make is that there's a lot of talk about how England are going to fare away from England. That's why we're using Kookaburra balls. That's why they want people who can bowl with pace rather than just, cruise up at 78 and get the ball seaming all over the place. Because you don't find many test pitches like that around the world. But you do find, actually, as it happens, you do find pitches that turn more or less from the start in various parts of the world. If you go to Bangladesh, sometimes they know if they think it fits, you can get the ball turning from the word go there. If you go to Sri Lanka, to Gaul, very often, the spinners are on incredibly soon, and there is something there for them.
Murali was always a handful in Gaul, wasn't he?
Yeah. You can go to India. And in the last recent series, actually, the pitches were absolutely fine. They did offer help to spinners, but not prodigious help. So there was something there, but it wasn't, ridiculous spin, and there were some big scores. But nonetheless, there was some help, sometimes from the start. So actually, if you get some pitches that turn here, everyone goes up in arms from the start. That's what you get. You do experience that overseas. So, while acknowledging that here, just a couple of games I can think of where it probably did too much too soon. It certainly made for some exciting cricket and also enhanced the careers of two young spin bowlers. Bess, he's nowhere near it now, but he's played 14, 15 times for England. That was just in the air for a bit. And has never let him down, actually, but he managed to do that because he'd had the opportunity to bowl and take wickets, admittedly in helpful conditions. You don't always get wickets in helpful conditions if you're a spinner. You still got to be able to do something right. Leach, obviously. And then the other venue that over the years had a lot of pitches which were amenable to spin bowlers was at Northampton. And who do we get from there? Monty Panesar, Graham Swan learnt his cricket there before moving on to Nottinghamshire. So it's not a given that you always get wickets on turning pitches as a slow bowler, because you're under a different sort of pressure. It means you bowl, though. Ooh, it's hurt. Josh Davey.
Is that a digit? It's been hurt.
It could be a digit. Or if a thumb, I think it might be a thumb. Is a thumb a digit?
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
1 of 10.
Okay. Well, it's his right hand somewhere, but he's a firm straight drive. He's got to keep going.
Yeah, he's got his hand behind his back at the moment in some discomfort.
That's a bowling hand too, but I expect he's...
Well, he's got the ball in it again, which is reassuring.
Yeah, well, let's see whether he can propel it. He can, and it's another good piece of fielding. I mean, he timed that beautifully. It's just short of a length, and he just clipped it easily, sort of enhanced backward defensive, but it was travelling that. And well fielded this time by Shoaib, who will be back in action before too long. It's a tough day.
Yeah, 10 overs now, bar 1 ball with this
new ball.
Cherry.
Yeah, I mean, there hasn't been a massive increase in the rate of scoring, but there has not, by the same token, been a massive increase in the apparent danger for the batsman. Oh, hit the stumps. Might save a couple. Just got the one. But that's a measure of a good pitch there. It's a nice hard ball. That's little more than a backward defensive with just a little nudge at the end, and that was travelling. Nothing much wrong with that delivery. So, not a greatly encouraging over for Josh Davey. And which way is...
That'll be two very
It's
happy.
good. He's going straight back. He's going to give Shoaib a go with a harder ball, which is fair enough. I think he's probably Gregory. He's in part he might be thinking of the long game, and that he doesn't want to waste too many overs in a situation where there's nothing much to be gained. So he might have a bowl at the other end in a minute, but there was a lot of talk about rotating, your paceman. But it's slightly complicated if one of your pacemen is the captain.
Indeed.
Who has many other virtues.
And another one is the vice-captain.
Yeah, that's also true. So, I mean, they're very, very conscious nowadays, in a way that just didn't apply, of monitoring exactly the number of balls bowled in a match, but also actually in practice, I think. The analysts are out there taking note, and they don't, and the physios, there's all sorts of data floating around, so that they're very keen not to go beyond what the experts recommend in terms of workload. Although it must surely vary from bowler to bowler and all sorts. But so all I'm saying is that if Gregory, as captain, will want to play in as many red ball games as he possibly can, and to do that, he doesn't want too heavy a workload with the ball, and he's invaluable, of course, with the bat, as well as leading the team. And so he hasn't bowled that much in this innings. He might have a spell, perhaps, after Davey up there, but he's gone fairly quickly. This is only the 11th over with a new ball. He's going to give Shoaib a go with a harder ball that just might grip a bit more and come on a bit quicker. But again, there's an element of wishful thinking and all that as well.
Well, they have got people in reserve, haven't they? I mean, there's Casey Aldridge, who's a very good reserve.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure. I don't know, but I would be very surprised if Casey Aldridge. He did have a slight toe problem, I think, but I'd be surprised if he doesn't reappear at Kidderminster.
And there's Jake Ball.
Jake Ball as well. They like the notion of a sort of a reservoir, if you like, of pacemen.
Alfie Ogborn.
Yeah. So there are numbers there. There are numbers. There are obviously there's 3 youngsters learning the trade. Alfie Ogborn, who impressed very much in his one game last year. There's Ned Leonard, Sonny Baker, and there's Aldridge is now sort of gone way beyond that, who is a potential sort of regular all-rounder in the team. So the numbers are there, I suppose, and that's the notion. That's how you get a lot of cricket at the start of the season. It's basically 6 games. Maybe you miss one round, but six games in 6 weeks, basically, or 7 weeks. If you miss one round, which by modern standards is a lot of cricket. Of course, if I want to be a grumpy old timer, I can tell you that we used to play about 4 championship games in a row with not a single day break in between. But I don't want to be
with a one-dayer thrown in.
Yeah,
in the middle.
Well, that's that's what's for the very young person. They can't believe that we would play.
There is our photographer Harry Trump and Andy Hurry's son.
Well, there you go. It's hard work for photographers because you can't afford, if you're a really good one, to miss a ball because you never know. You never know when that thing is going to happen.
It'll be the one that takes the wicket.
You never know. It could be, it could be at 6:29. Could be at 11:01. You just don't know. You can't afford to miss a ball. Whereas, if you're writing about it, someone will tell you what happened. Yes, but what the very young player will find impossible to understand is how we would turn up, say, and play a championship Saturday at Old Trafford, pack all the bags up, in a 3-day game probably, on Saturday night, drive to wherever.
Swansea,
well, Swansea might be stretching it unless the fixture man has really upset you. But drive somewhere to Nottingham or to Leeds or to, hopefully not much further than that, but you never knew, to play a 40-over one-day game on the Sunday, pack your bags up again, drive back to Manchester and resume the championship game on the Monday. And that was just routine, which seems now, well, they'd have a hernia.
It's a lot of cricket, isn't it?
Well, I'm not saying the players were, but everyone would be absolutely up in arms that it would be like that. It would be a ridiculous schedule, but that was the schedule for years, actually.
That's before 4-day cricket came in.
Yeah, well, we didn't greet that with any enthusiasm. That's when Hick got his 405. On a pitch, I can tell you, that was a lot livelier than this one. I remember that game.
Okay. You were playing?
Well, yeah, I was playing. And it was... Worcester in that game was something like... It was whipping around a bit. They were 130 for 5. So we were nearly through them. Hick was still there, obviously. I think Beefy was probably playing for Worcester, but I'm not sure. But anyway, we broken through 120, 130 for 5. You think you're on target, and then people like Phil Newport and Richard Inningworth and Bumpy Rhodes just stayed with Hick, and it did seem to flatten out a bit, but it wasn't an absolute belter. It certainly had moved around a bit early on, and it being a 4-day game, they just sort of kept going for quite a long time. But he got 405. They only got 620 odd. And then they declared eventually, probably about tea time on the last day or on the second day, roughly. He didn't even have the grace to look knackered when he walked off.
I think it was It was John Bracewell who described him as a flat track bully, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it wasn't that flat a track, actually, to start with in that match. And it was a slightly cruel assessment.
Yeah, it was a cruel assessment.
Yeah, but memorable.
Somerset's women have beaten Cornwall by 7 wickets.
Good.
I can reveal.
Right.
In fact, Peter Trigo revealed to me.
Yeah, well, he's become a news hound. Scoop Trigo, we call him now.
They're doing their best to keep cheerful, some of the Somerset players.
I don't know how, though. They took the new ball. They've bowled pretty well with the new ball, and nothing much has happened. I think I'm feeling most sorry for Pretorius, who has probably beaten the bat more often than anyone else in this little session, and perhaps throughout the day.
Altogether today, probably half a dozen times.
Yeah, but he's got, and that's a lot by the standards of today, but he hasn't managed to pick up a wicket. This pair, Pete, who's going to come in a minute, I suspect, has already talked about the fact that Joe Clark consciously wants to be a bit greedier if he gets to 3 figures to really go on.
Well, 173.
173 is a substantial score, but he doesn't look like his hunger has been sated. He's not playing any more risky strokes now than he did when he was 73. He knows actually that he doesn't need to take any risks. There's plenty of easy pickings there, plenty of singles there. The attack is tiring. There'll be some loose balls which he can put away for 4. Just needs to keep going, playing as he is, and the world is his oyster. Graham Hicks, 405, is that under threat? He'll have to hurry up a little bit, but not that much.
Well, he's nearly halfway there.
He could do. He could. Well, anyone will think we're trying to spike him now. But yeah, I saw Tom Lammonby the other, and someone came up with those very good stats about Lammonby either yesterday or the day before. About he's a man now with 700s, top score 116. What's going on? Why aren't you greedier than that? There were a couple of not outs in those, but nonetheless, the real old pros.
They're off Triple Nelson. Not.
well, all that tension's gone then.
335 for 2.
But yeah, you'll find that the real old pros. Once they get in on a pitch like this, it won't always be like this. So you gotta, if you can, you just
cash in,
make the most of it, and it'll help. And it's not selfish. It's what that dressing room desperately wants. Yeah. 174. Derek Randall got Scott in the centenary test, I think.
That was the occasion when he doffed his hat to Dennis Lilly, who just bowled him a bumper.
That's right.
he was a charmer, wasn't he?
Oh, wonderful, yeah. Hit him on there. No, you hit me there. Nothing there. Did you come across... well, Pete must have... I don't know whether you came across Derek Randall when you were up in Nottingham. No, he's an old player He was an amazing character.
He was a wonderful fielder, wasn't he?
Yeah. It's wonderfully mad in many ways, but who played 2 or 3 of the great innings, that centenary Test 100 being one of them. Anyway, I think I've failed in just about every spell I've had today. I'm going to go lie down.
I don't think you're the only one.
Yeah. Actually, I think we were on air when we got 1 wicket, but that's it.
Yeah, that was the last for the day.
Yeah.
Mummy's the only one, the wicketless commentator today.
Oh well. More lamb samosa, coupled with a bit of wisdom from Mr. Trigo. What more do you want? And he'll tell you, Pete will remind us what it's like out there on the 3rd day when nothing's happening and you can't get a wicket. And you're running up, there's no slips. And you're thinking, well, why does he keep bowling me?
The fruitless search for a breakthrough continues for Somerset. Imposing scoreboard showing Knots on 336 for 2. Joe Clark has been the main player of the day, but sterling support from Will Young.
Yeah, they've both played beautifully, and I bet Vic Marks, in his wildest dreams, as wild as that shot is, wow, that is a stunning straight drive there from Will Young.
That's as good as any shot he's
nearly
played.
Nearly took Josh Davies' goal-scoring right boot off on the way through. That was an absolute rasper. But yeah, I never thought in his wildest dreams Vic Marks would have used the words Peter, Trigo and wisdom simultaneously. I mean, who'd have thought, hey, Lammy? That's a great shot there from Will Young.
It's a big compliment from Vic as well.
I think alongside the commentary for the last hour of the day's play, or 17 overs, I think we need to really lean on our viewership and this right-hand comments page just to keep things moving along. Because let's face it, even though the cricket is of high quality, there's not much in terms of overt excitement, apart from the fact that you marvel at the skills of Joe Clark and Will Young, and you feel for the Somerset bowlers. I think that's is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, they've stuck at it very well, and they've fielded pretty well. There's been the odd slight misfield, but nothing major. The Trade Nation win predictor still doesn't fancy Notts. They've gone down to 6% chance of winning, and the draw is creeping up all the time. 71% now. That's another glorious straight drive, this time from Joe Clark. Just saying to Will Young, well, you can do that, so can I.
That's a beautiful couple of cricket shots we've witnessed in this over already from Josh Davey. I think, depending on which side of the fence you're on, I think you really do have to tip the cap, as I said earlier today, to the two batters. They have been outstanding. I mean, Has Hamid must be pretty frustrated. He got an absolute beauty from Overton, one that shaped away, nipped back through his defences, and it was quite a robust looking forward defensive, in fairness to the Nottinghamshire captain, but it just managed to clip the bails on the way through. But ever since then, Will Young and Joe Clark have shared an unbelievable partnership, and they've also almost perfectly shared the balls as well. At one stage they were both on 222 balls. They're only 5 or 6 balls apart at the moment as well, so
that doesn't happen too often.
No, it's remarkable how one isn't sort of got at least sort of 10-20% more than the other, but they've rotated the strike. I think maybe a lot of that is to do with the point being vacant quite a lot of times, so you just can defend the ball into the offside in between your boundaries. Maybe it was premature to praise the Duke ball. I wonder how it's going in other parts of the country, because it's certainly not taking any movement here at Taunton. Nottinghamshire 345 for 2. Joe Clark 178. Will Young on, no, that's on 115. Partnership creeping up to 300, only a few away. That must be creeping up to some kind of record, I would have thought.
Well, it's already a record for the
third
wicket for Notts against Somerset, and just 3 off the 300 figure. Shoaib Bashir to continue. Got 16 overs left in the day, potentially. As that's driven out to deep extra cover. I think we'll get all those in, because it's a beautifully sunny evening here at Taunton at the moment. Likely to be a fairly prompt finish today, especially with Shoaib on.
Yeah, I'm not sure the Somerset bowlers will be putting their hands up to do time and a half overtime tonight. I think they'll want to get into that dressing room have a cold drink or a cup of tea and get in those showers for a refresh. It's been a tough day for the Somerset men. They've toiled hard. They've bowled well in patches. I echo that view about Pretorius. I mean, that is an unbelievably good smothering cover drive from Joe Clark. Moves into the 180s. He's gone around the wicket, angle across, and Joe Clark's played a beautifully shot. Slightly dominated by that right bottom hand whipping over the ball and almost flat batting it off the front foot through cover. That's a tremendous shot. Yeah, it's a very modern day one-day cricket shot, that, against spin.
Full follow through.
Just the way that left arm, the high left elbow, the MCC manual, the high left elbow's collapsed. The right hand is whipped through. That's why a lot of the modern day batsmen hit the ball so far. They almost release the bottom hand like a golf swing when they hit those powerful shots. Followed up by a far more conventional straight drive.
That 300 partnership was reached with the extra cover boundary. 303 now, to be precise. Lewis Gregory still marshalling his troops, bringing a couple of fielders in for the last ball of the over. Considered a single, but not there. Fielded at backward point. End of Bashir's over. 22 he's bowled now. Still looking for a reward. 0 for 78 his figures. Have plenty of work to do today. Rather as we expected.
Yeah, he's bowled well enough, I suppose, considering the conditions. I suppose the run rate, under 4, it probably isn't ideal. He'd like to maybe see that a fraction lower, but it's just so tough. There's not really much on offer. Lewis Goldsworthy into the attack.
He's just bowled the 1 over so far today.
1 over for half a dozen. There we go. We've had our first cricket question for Trigo. Favourite drink after winning a championship match? That's just an easy one. I think you've indoctrinated as a man from the southwest playing for Somerset. Has to be a pint of apples. A can of Thatcher's, always chilled in the fridge, ready to go. And I think, in fairness, the majority of my career at Somerset, under the watchful eye of some pretty disciplined coaches and captains, we always had to earn it, and that's what made it taste so good. I think that's one of the things that I'm sure a lot of the modern players can echo. What a shot that is from Joe Clark. Again, releasing that bottom hand, whipping it through, so why you got so much power there. Belting that back past Goldsworthy for 4. He's looking for something rather sizable, Joe Clark, by the looks of the way he's going about his business.
He's really imposing himself, isn't he? That was travelling over the outfield. And he's found the fielder this time. That would have been 4 more. Yard or 2 either side.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure what you could do with the field. Just encourage. I mean, could you potentially lose? I mean, you could bring Davey over to the offside, pack that cover region, and encourage Joe Clark to lap sweep, which I don't think would be a preferred option for a ball striker like him. You might, force a mistake in LBW. That would be potentially a gamble. It's just going to be. Looks like it's just going to be 3 runs if you keep it like this. Yeah, not easy. Not easy.
For the two batters, that mid-pitch conversation is going to be quite a relaxed one, I fancy.
Yeah, well, what's it? Nando's tonight, Will? Yeah, Joe, my shout. I'm going to go for the old four thighs medium. Are you a frequenter of that rather popular chicken outlet? Or is that not on the Stephen Lamb?
I can't own to that.
No, okay, you should try.
Okay.
Four thighs, chips with peri-peri salt, and a slog sweep.
Which
for 4 runs, Will Young. That is very much a Ross Taylor-esque shot there. What a beautifully executed slog sweep.
You could hear that slam into the advertising hoarding. 3:59 for 2.
Oh, and down the ground now, all the way for 6, straight back into the Trescothic stand. The Nottinghamshire pair are making hay now, motoring along. This partnership is growing rapidly, and it's going to really put Somerset under the cosh tomorrow if it keeps going at this pace. Can they get 200, 250 ahead and put Somerset batters under pressure?
Yeah. 2 fours in the previous over, but another one, now 6 and a 4. It's mounting the pressure on the Somerset attack. Bashir's figures have taken a bit of a bashing, so to speak. 0 for 88 now.
Yeah, tough day for all the bowlers, really. Like I said, Pretorius could have got a few. Overton, I think, was lurking in that wickets column for a while. Lewis Gregory got a couple to keep low. It's just all been nearlies, hasn't it? But like I said, you've got to throw the praise onto the men in green and gold. The Nottinghamshire batters have been pretty flawless in terms of their execution, shot selection, the tempo of their innings. They've neither slogged or gone too quick. They haven't been bogged down. They've scored at just a lovely tempo all day. Very, very consistent on the whole. Just a shade under 4 runs and over at the moment.
It has emphatically been Nottinghamshire's day.
Yeah, it certainly has. That partnership there, 317 runs. 187 from Clark and 108 from Will Young.
And still the number of balls faced, remarkably similar, 260 to 269.
Yeah, it's incredible. Goldsworthy stays in the attack. Lewis Gregory swinging those arms over, so we might see a little bit of the captain before long. The ball's 17 overs old, so you never know, you might get a bit of swing out of it. Even though the way it keeps clattering into the advertising boards, I'm not sure it's going to swing a great deal, but one can only hope.
Single for Joe Clark, who's easing ever closer to a double century. More runs here, down to long leg the bit, at least 2 in this. I think it will be pulled in. It is.
Nicely played there from Will Young. Looks a bit more comfortable than, well, not necessarily more comfortable, but it's certainly more of an option for Will Young, the sweep, as opposed to Joe Clark. That's why I might just toy with that, leaving that space open. Let's face it, when you've been batting for 270 balls each, you can pretty much do what you want.
finding the fielder this time, and especially in conditions where, well, you can just, it's a wicket that a batter can trust, isn't it? Absolutely. Very little help for the bowlers. Pretorius probably the pick of them, although the ball of the day was probably the one that got Hasib Hamid.
Yeah, definitely was. Beautiful shot there from Will Young. A nice straight bat over mid-off for 6. Very classically executed there from Will Young.
Yeah, that's clattered into the Colin Atkinson pavilion. Helpfully thrown back by a spectator.
There's a lot of head scratching out there. The captain is deciding to jump into action here and have a bowl. I think that's probably a better place to be. Run in and bowl and get your adrenaline up instead of thinking how the hell am I going to get a wicket as captain. Maybe just put yourself on and do it yourself. Go full Roy of the Rovers. We could do with a little spark to make the rest of today and tomorrow morning a little bit more interesting than maybe it could end up, but I'm sure there are 2 very interested cricketers out there on the field at the moment. The one's on 188 and 134, looking to back the truck up. Joe Clark obviously having a real successful time. That's 3 consecutive first-class centuries to start your season. That takes the pressure off the rest of the summer, doesn't it, Stephen?
Absolutely. 10 overs so far for Lewis Gregory, 0 for 46. Can he conjure a breakthrough out of such an unpromising situation? He's even taking out his slip now. He's moving to backward point. We're going to have a couple of short mid-wickets. James Roux standing back at the moment. He has stood up to Lewis Gregory on occasion. I think he's possibly going to now. Yeah, the helmet's on.
There comes a time in every seamer's life when the keeper starts coming up to the stumps more and more, Stephen. You've got to make peace with it.
Driven firmly, but unproductively. It's a man quite straight at mid-on in the action.
2 catches at mid-wicket. Looks like Banton and Lammonby.
Again, nicely played, but won't be a run. Lewis Gregory just trying to keep the lid on things at the moment. It's just so difficult to build pressure when you've got a partnership of this magnitude. But he's doing a pretty good job, Lewis Gregory. That's almost the whole over bowled. Well, over half anyway. Not a run yet. Been a long old day for the Somerset 11.
Certainly has. I wonder what's swirling through Craig Overton's mind now. Something along the lines of, bash, Bash, if you wouldn't have played that shot, I'd still be batting, Bash, instead of out here bowling.
Yeah, you'd be on 400 not out by now.
What a stupid shot that was, Bash. It did tickle me when I sent my congratulations last night to Craigo. His first reply was, "What would you have done to him?"
And your response?
Yeah, it was. Yes, pre-watershed.
Well, it wasn't quite a maiden.
I did try and get over the point that being in that position, being in the 90s, and the number 11 being Bash, even though he played that horrific shot, he's got more chance of getting some in the future than when Shah Willoughby came out to bat when I was in that place a number of times. And yeah, we used to cross in the middle. Hey, come on, Shah, just get stuck in. And his first words would be, "Sorry, bro." He used to apologise before he'd even faced the ball.
That bad, eh?
Oh, he was very close. Apart from a 47 he got against Worcester, he was very close to having what I think is a remarkable record. 848 first-class wickets and only just scored more runs than wickets, which I think is... That must be difficult to do, because you think, you go in, swing the bat a couple of times, you're going to get at least 4 or 5.
Mm.
So that means every time you bowl, you've got to get 4 or 5 wickets. I mean, it just seems mad, doesn't it?
He was a splendid bowler, wasn't he?
Oh, brilliant. It's just the amount of times he used to hear the thud of the front pad or the toe of the front boot getting blown off first ball, and he used to hoop those in-swingers back in. Fantastic bowler.
Up in the air, and that, I suspect, is going to be 6 more. Has it?
That was
First bounce.
Heck of a crunch into the advertising boards. 1 bounce 4. Clark is motoring. 193 not out.
Yeah, and absolutely no need to run for that. Just stand and admire it.
Nottinghamshire effectively 118 for 2. Just to give some kind of context, I suppose, that the door isn't shut on something positive here today, but I think something quite miraculous is going to happen in the next session and 11 overs for that to be the case. The Trade Nation win predictor is probably having a complete meltdown into the draw being a high possibility.
Yeah, 84% now.
Yeah.
Somerset have gone down to 11%, but Nottinghamshire down to 5.
I don't think anyone from Trade Nation win predictor has ever been in the field for 140 odd overs before they've got to bat. Like having deep sea diver boots on. I feel for Renners, Lambie, Dixon when the time comes. Got to trudge off the field, get the pads on, maybe have a quick cold shower to wake yourself up.
Yeah. There's always the human element. And it's been a tiring old day for the Somerset side.
There's show him on the camera there, having a bit of a snack before going out for the last 10 overs. Staying away from Craigo.
He may be done for the day, Shoaib, as far as bowling's concerned. Who knows? Still Lewis Gregory for the time being. The captain's still on.
Oh, starting to tail in that a little bit. Maybe the signs of a bit of in-swing or reverse swing potentially.
Well, that certainly would come in useful.
Something definitely needed. Graham Gooch was mentioned a lot the other week with Sam Northeast passing his Lord's individual total, and the current partnership's also 3-3-3 right now. I mean, I know what an achievement from Sam Northeast to go past that at Lord's. What a brilliant personal milestone, but just imagine doing that in a test match. What a great achievement that is.
And he got 123 in the second innings, Graham Gooch.
Yeah, well, he coined the phrase, didn't he, in the England camp, or Young England batting camp, of daddy hundreds.
Yep.
All about daddy hundreds. I think that was an Alistair Gooch used to tell us.
He liked playing at Lord's as well, particularly.
Yeah,
got a good record there.
Well, it was one of my predictions I've sadly got right. Mike from Ilminster, Triggs not wrong with his pitch report this morning. It's one of the predictions that I was hoping was wrong for the good of the game. But unfortunately, that's it's a strip of land I've come to know quite well in my time on this earth.
It really hasn't changed in nature all day, has it?
No, I think as well, the over round, if there was a left-hander, for instance, in for a long period of time, you could spend a longer time around the wicket to him and create some rough both sides of the wicket that brings a spinner into play. But as you can see, the rough on both sides of each end would be down the leg side for the right-hander, so it doesn't really bring in anything of interest to our main spinner, which is Shoaib. I mean, it'd be great if we had somebody who bowled maybe part-time leggies, just to go round the wicket, throw it out into the dirt, see what happens, put the scouts out, maybe a top edge. Maybe that's a ploy that Lewis Goldsworthy could use. Over the wicket, 3 out. Just throw it out there down the arse, as they say. Clark on to 195.
Certainly a daddy already.
Yeah, it's
could become a granddaddy.
Definitely in the realms. I mean, I remember when Hildy got his 303 against Warwickshire. Justin Langer congratulated him in the dressing room and said, welcome to the Platinum Club. So I suppose in different parts of the world they're called different things, aren't they? The doubles, triple, hundreds. Not many have scored any more than that. It's still absolutely mind-boggling, that Brian Lara 501. To be honest, I can't even imagine scoring 500 runs in one sitting.
Yeah, extraordinary.
Not just the skill of it, I suppose, just the to be honest, the interest levels of staying out there for so long. I mean, I'm sure it's amazing, but the sort of the desire to score runs must be overwhelming, because, surely you get to maybe 300, you'd be like, I've had enough now. No, we'll get another 100 and another 100.
Not Brian Charles Lara.
Oh, I mean, and he, the 375, then the 401. I mean, he was just prolific with those mammoth scores. Joe Clark's hit one high, and has it gone all the way? No, one bounce into the boundary rope. Don't think he quite got a hold of that, but what it does do is bring him to the doors of a double 100. 199 not out at the moment. Just got under that one a little bit, Joe Clark. Again, breaking those wrists, getting that right hand through his way, hits the ball so powerfully.
Nicely taken.
Wide down the leg side. I'm sure in the context of the game, the umpire should maybe use a little bit of, or have the option to use some common sense. I don't really see how that's a wide. There we go, round the corner, into the leg side. There's a magnificent double 100 for Joe Clark. He's been frustrated The last couple of weeks, he's only been getting hundreds. Today,
Clark's double hundred
he has
comes up
backed that truck up. A
254.
magnificent double 100 for a very, very talented Joe Clark. Some innings, that, Stephen Lamb.
Absolutely fabulous. And it's ground Somerset down today. Came in with the total on 48 for 2. And it's completely transformed. Made the absolute utmost of the conditions. And of the 7 bowlers that Somerset have tried, they've all come largely alike to him.
Yeah, one comment on here is left arm seamers would create a little bit of rough to right handers. Yes, they would, but not in 6 overs. It's probably going to take, 15, 20 overs of bowling from a left armer to create anything that would be useful to the spinner. So yes, absolutely right, but not from a part-time bowler unless they persevered with Lammonby for a more sustained period. I know that might be great for the spinners, but I'm not sure Lammers would be overly happy with that. Clip into the onside. Will Young gets up the other end, 137, 200. Runs are flowing here at Taunton.
Yeah, he's not a full-time bowler, Tom Lammonby, is he really? He can come on occasionally, and is that fair?
No, he's very much. I think when he burst onto the scene, he was very much, thought of as, in the professional ranks as, from the staff players at the time as an all-rounder. Even opened the bowling in some one-day and T20 cricket. So I think it was just the back issues that probably just slowed down the bowling. And I suppose as a cricketer, you then have that decision to make. Do you train like an all-rounder or a bowler, and then your batting will obviously, I don't know, be affected in some way, shape or form, or do you focus on your batting? And after his bursting on the scene, the hundreds that he scored, it's fair to say he made the choice to be a batter first and a bowling option rather than a frontline bowler.
Yeah. Still to be Gregory, who's kept a bit of a lid on things since he came on. The comfortable single for Will Young there. Moving up towards the 400 mark, this Notts total. The lead is 130.
I have to. I know we had these discussions last year, but when you, it can be quite a daunting thing as a batter to need or have to bat the whole day. So you want to spend equal time. I know we've mentioned it about, they've almost shared the balls completely. Getting off strike allows you to relax the brain, the concentration, and not having a point has made rotating off the strike so easy all day. And they've done it from so early today. There's virtually hardly ever been a point in place. And that I think that is why they've faced a similar amount of balls, because there's just, Lewis has bowled a brilliant ball there. It's been defended to point, but there's no one there. Get up the other end, chill for 90 seconds. I still just can't see from the amount of cricket I watch and play that there's any overwhelming benefit to not having a point fielder. And I know Vic made the point, and it is right. You might get them to open the face on one and bring in the slips, but I'm not convinced I've ever seen it work.
Some shouts of encouragement out there. Always welcome, whatever the situation. There'll be a single here. Just wide of the man at mid-on. Gives him the chance to go through. So Joe Clark moves to 201.
Be looking to get in the shed tonight. Just you know, not block his way through, just pick up the singles, maybe the odd shot off the spinner, you know, get into close a play and refresh overnight, grab a good feed, and just the thought of having 1.5 sessions to have another go, he could double that. He could genuinely double that score if he's really, really motivated. Such a good player. You can have a virtually broken bowling attack if you get through that first half an hour in the morning. You could have all sorts of different bowlers. Banton could get a bowl. Renshaw could bowl 10 overs, 20 overs tomorrow.
James Rue, bring him on.
Why not?
Well, again, it's not quite a maiden, but only the single off it. So he's keeping it reasonably tight, the Somerset skipper, which is almost the best that can be hoped for at the moment. So little assistance from the conditions. It looks like he might be going off, Lewis Gregory. He's certainly headed towards the Andy Caddick Pavilion.
Returning at the river end, it's Miguel Pretorius.
Pretorius is going to come on at the river end in place of Lewis Goldsworthy. Got a substitute coming on to the field. So the captain's definitely gone off. Not sure why.
Oh. Man United drawing 3-3 with Coventry. That could be interesting, that. I mean, semi-final of the FA Cup.
Yeah.
United probably need to get over the line there. I think old Ten Hag could be picking up his P45 soon if they don't win something this year.
So Pretorius then, in the evening sunshine. Lovely stroke, picked out a fielder, Joe Clark. His timing's just been impeccable.
Yeah, he very rarely missed the middle of the bat. It's pretty faultless, to be fair.
Presumably Craig Overton will be in charge out there at the moment, the vice-captain.
Yeah, you'd think so. Go on, Craig, do something rogue. I wonder if Dixon bowls, does he bowl anything? Beautiful shot there from Joe Clark. Another aggressive push into the offside.
Well, he's listed as right arm medium pace, Sean Dixon.
Gets my vote. Yeah, it's been a soul-destroying day for the Somerset bowlers, that's for sure. How many overs? How many overs until Hassi Hamid was out? It was very early, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was in
third over,
the 17th over.
But of today,
last ball of the 17th over today. No, sorry, 17th over all in.
Yeah, so it'd have been like third or fourth over.
Yeah.
Was that about right? So it'd have been very early, and nothing since then.
Yeah, they bowled 14 overs yesterday evening, so it will be the third over of the morning. End of.
Seems like quite a while ago.
An age.
Just have a look up onto the Nottinghamshire balcony. Big Luke Fletcher has just strided out to the front with his whites on. I'm assuming he's put the old boards on as night watchman. Well, yeah, just clip that off his hip, nice and fine. He's going to pick up a couple. Good fitness level shown by the batsman here. You haven't sensed at any stage they haven't ran with some good intensity.
Yeah, they were alert to the chance of a second. Ran very well. So Pretorius still giving it everything. He's unlucky not to have a sculpt today so far.
Oh, wow.
Shot.
What a shot that is.
Did it go all the way? Not quite.
Going to pick up a couple there. Miguel Pretorius. Cracking name, and on cracking names there seems to be a bit of oh, I'm going to throw it into the category of board chat on the chat line. You know, talking about great cricketers' names. We've got a few that are probably Shimron Hetmeyer, Blessing, Muzarabani, Ganguly seems to be a favourite.
Okay. Miguel is a fairly unusual one, looking at the list of bowlers.
You don't think for cricketer, do you?
No. 8 bowlers have been used by Somerset today. One wicket for Craig Overton, and that's been it. The other opener was accounted for yesterday evening by Josh Davey. That was Ben Slater. Then 20 overs, 0 for 75, Pretorius. 23 overs, 0 for 88, Shoaib Bashir. Lewis Gregory, who's off the field at the moment. 13 overs, 0 for 51. Then the more occasional Lewis Goldsworthy, 5 overs for 32. Tom Lammonby, 6 for 24. And Matt Renshaw, 3 overs for 13. So they've gone through the cupboard.
Yeah, there's a, well, Dixon's a must for me.
It's Tom Lammonby in the meantime to turn his left arm over. Give a little bit of variety.
There's been some serious typing going on with the cricketers' names. A couple of, well, an Indian umpire. He certainly ended up a
Venkataraghvan.
Yep, that's the one.
Srinivas.
I'm not gonna try and pronounce some of those, but I tell you what, if you pulled one of those up in your game of Scrabble, you're gonna come up with some decent points. Chaminda Vas's full name. That's a long one.
Venkat was one of the 4 great Indian spinners who played at pretty much the same time, along with Eripali Prasanna, Bishan Bedi, who was the easiest, and Bhagwat Chandrasekhar.
Tell you what, ladies and gents, round of applause for that knowledge from Stephen Lamb. No goggling done, I can assure you of that. Fair play. What an encyclopedia you've got upstairs.
Well, that was the year the cricket bug bit for me, 1971. There was a great test match at Headingley. Ray Illingworth was captain, and it was England against Pakistan. They were the first tourists, and it was a tight situation, which Ray Illingworth always seemed to enjoy. And went on to play India in the same summer, and that was when those spinners were in their prime, really. And they couldn't play all 4. They played 3.
So they wouldn't have enjoyed the cold weather in the UK, I can't imagine.
That was the year that India won their first test in England. And it was Chandrasekhar who bowled them to victory.
Played a competition this winter and was in the company of Chaminda Vas briefly while we were playing in Kandy. Played against him. He played a little bit of cricket for Northamptonshire when I was relatively young. Unbelievably skilled bowler, like just crazy good considering the conditions he bowled in for the majority of his career. Really nice guy, and he's grown himself a really sort of wise man looking sort of greying beard. Looks tremendous on him.
Excellent. He's one of the Sri Lankan greats.
Oh, isn't he just? Yeah.
He and Murali.
Well, he used to get the shine off the ball, and then Murali off,
do the rest.
off you go, sunshine.
Yeah.
He's a bit better than that. Chaminavas's record was up there, right up there.
Yeah, they've had some fine bowlers over the years, haven't they? Lasith Malinga was pretty sensational. The slinger Malinga.
Yeah, you needed to bat in the old hobnail boots with steel toe caps against that bloke. He used to hone in on the old front toe. He was very good at it. Won numerous IPLs with the Mumbai Indians. No, I think he's bowling coach there.
He was an exciting cricketer to watch. Waqar Younis was another toe crusher, wasn't he? He had a lethal Yorker. $400 on the board for Notts. And still this partnership continues. Got 5 overs left in the day, including this one. Being bowled by Pretorius, who's had a pretty good game.
Square drive there from Will Young. Pretorius taking a bit of damage, and you have to you feel for him, don't you? Really, his first game at Taunton, he's batted beautifully. He's bowled really well. Both innings, he's been quite unlucky, I think, to go for as many runs and be as wicketless. Certainly in this.
I agree.
Spell. I mean, 0 for 79, and he's just bowled so much better than that.
He's been very unlucky not to take a wicket.
Welcome to Somerset, Miguel.
I don't think anybody's bowled better than him today.
No, I'd agree with that. Craig Overton, I think, has bowled pretty well, but he's bowled some absolute beauties, and he's travelling at 4 and over, and he's hardly put a foot wrong. But that is the nature of Taunton, especially when you come up against two batters that are A, good, and B, hungry for runs. They've batted in just a very familiar, easy tempo the whole day. They haven't tried to take the Miguel out of the game at all. They've just batted, haven't they? They've just played beautifully.
Yep, they have. Unruffled, both of them. Clark, the standout, fair to say, in terms of stroke play. But Young has made his invaluable contribution. Shot. It's had the pace taken off it, in fact, by the man at extra cover. Otherwise, it was going to go all the way. Saved a couple of runs, that.
Yeah, good
parry.
piece of fielding there from Tom Lammonby. Good diving, committed stop. Real tough to do that, especially when you look down and you see the rock hard net wicket that you're about to dive on, and there's a tendency to sort of pull out a little bit, but fair play to Lammers.
And again, good stop. That might have gone all the way. So, sticking to the task in hand, Somerset. In adversity. End of Pretorius is over. And we are going to see a little bit more of Shoaib Bashir. Just a couple to end the day, I fancy.
Yeah, there's a few bowlers out there getting the old turtle's neck on when the captain looks over. Or shrinking into their jumpers as we see the scorecard there just dominated at the bottom there. Joe Clark and Will Young, 205 and 148 runs. Still with a whole day to go tomorrow. I wonder what they're thinking. Just get through these 4 overs and make hay tomorrow. I suppose that's the one thing you always need to remind yourself, is there's always a string of low ones in this game. No matter how good you are, you're going to get some good balls,
and there are going to be some more difficult wickets to bat on.
Of course, and you'll fall out of form. You know, never mess around with form. Once you're in, you make as many as you can.
Going to go round the wicket, Bashir, to begin with. That's on the money. First up.
Round the wicket, no slip. I could see a reverse sweep here from Will Young. Anything on it? It's probably 4. Not sure he will with 4 overs to go, but yeah, he wants to get it there. He's tried to late cut it.
Just be a single.
He's probably got too much on that. Yeah, I think it's going to raise some questions. The start that Clark's made to his county season, 200s and a daddy one in the 3rd game, 3 consecutive hundreds. Bairstow looking not as mobile as he has done. He's had a couple of test matches where he's kept very poorly. The runs have dried up a little bit, even though he's a quality player. We know how good Johnny Bairstow is. Seems to be a reluctance to really go to Ben Folkes for any long period of time. I'm not sure why, because I think he's a very fine player, but Joe Clark's doing everything he can at the moment. I suppose the question mark is, as Vic mentioned, how much sustained time has he had in his career with the gloves?
Not a great deal, I don't think. I'm not really the greatest one to judge, but
enough and a spattering, I suppose. You know, it's not like the ECB and the selectors at the moment need, season after season of performance before you get picked. He's played 3 games with the gloves in county championship cricket and he's scored 300. So is that enough of a box ticked? I mean, he almost certainly would fit the eye of Brendan McCullum. I'm sure he's very much on the radar anyway, but Brendan McCullum would have certainly seen him play in franchise cricket as well. So he'll know he's got a very high ceiling in terms of his run making and shot making. So I think he's definitely putting a flag down.
I've not myself seen him keep wicket before this game. Tom Moores has been the regular keeper, hasn't he, in recent years for Notts in 4-day cricket.
Yep. He's just a very talented cricketer, isn't he? I would imagine he's probably one of those really annoyingly naturally gifted keepers as well. I've seen him a number of times. And he seems to not keep and be asked, when Morsey ever asked him to keep, it just took it in his stride, caught the ball well. I don't think for a while now it's necessarily been it's a batter that can do a job, isn't it? I think it's been the mentality for a long time now, rather than the best keeper, because I think if it was the best keeper, I think Folkes would have played a lot more test matches and James Foster would have played 150 test matches, because he was by far the best keeper in the country. It's never really been about the keeping.
I'd put Chris Reed in there as well as I think those two in that era were both superb behind the stumps. I think you're right. I think the sort of the need to be able to bat and bat well has become more and more imperative as time has gone by. I had 2 key wicketkeeper batters over the years. I mean, Alan Knott was one, going back a long way to the 60s and 70s, and then of course there was Adam Gilchrist, who took batting to a different level, really.
Yeah, he certainly changed the game, didn't he?
And the other thing is about the balance of the side. If you've got someone like Ian Botham in the side, a sort of genuine high-class all-rounder, then I recall that after he retired, then there was more emphasis, out of necessity, in having a keeper who could bat, or I mean, someone more like Alex Stewart, top-order batter who can keep.
Yeah, certainly never. I think if you were competent with the gloves and a top quality batter, I think that would have far more game impact than the occasional diving one-handed catch.
And that's the ballpark we're in potentially with Joe Clark.
Yeah, not saying that he can't take diving one-handed catches. He definitely can do that. Pretorius still toiling away into his 22nd over, wicketless for 81 at the moment. The run rate is creeping ever closer to 4 runs, and another square cut played with decent power. Matty Renshaw doing the work out at deep point.
150 for Will Young.
Landmark for Will Young is 150.
Well played. Youngie. He's probably not that young anymore, but he's a fine player. Good signing from Nottinghamshire. 150.
He's 31. Will Young.
So I think he'd have been about 19 when I first met him in New Zealand when I was the overseas player at CD. He was a good player back then. It was only a couple of years ago he was playing club cricket in the Bristol area. I think he was involved with the New Zealand national team, couldn't find a county and was playing club cricket. Thornbury maybe, somewhere up around there.
He's played 16 tests, 700 at an average of 26.5, 31 ODIs. And 120 first-class games in all, so he's been around a while.
ODI average is good, nearly 45, pretty much 40 in first-class cricket. Yeah, looks like he's got an exceptional List A average of 40, 1100s.
Well, he's certainly boosted that first-class average today.
Yeah, keep going, lad, keep going.
This is as big a partnership as I've seen, pretty much.
I suppose one wicketkeeper batsman that is going to be putting his flag down as well, though he hasn't really started with the runs that he certainly finished last year with, is our very own James Roux.
Absolutely.
I think it's for a long time now England have been blessed in the keeper batter department. You think we had Reid and Foster, very, very good players. I'm loath to potentially miss out a few. We had Rob Turner here, you had Paul Nixon that didn't play a great deal when he arguably could have done in that Stewart era. You had Keysvetter and Butler, and they were at the same club. I mean, so many high quality keeper batters. Bairstow, Matt Pryor I thought was an exceptionally good cricketer. He was one of the first from an English point of view who's maybe certainly since Alex Stewart averaged 40, like mid-40s in Test cricket, or mid-40s in first-class cricket, 40 in Test cricket. Was a brilliant gloveman, and they've been blessed ever since. Lots of options in that department. Bairstow has been pretty good too. Phil Salt in one-day cricket, absolutely crushing it in the IPL, so he'd be one to watch for limited overs cricket. Bashir creeping up on a 100 that you don't want in cricket. The Gallon, 0 for 91 at the moment, toiling away.
It shouldn't happen today. he's only got 2 more deliveries to bowl. It could, but it shouldn't. Especially not now. It's a dot ball which is left alone by Joe Clark.
Penny for the thoughts for some of the fielders out there at the moment. I suggest that a couple of them are thinking we might have to do this all again tomorrow.
That is the end of Bashir's spell. 25 overs in all, wicketless, 91 scored off him. Hard day's work. And he's not the only one. Pretorius is going to bowl out the day.
I mean, I feel for the Somerset bowlers and the fielders. And I'm envious of the two batters. If they make it through tonight, it only happened a couple of times in my lifespan, but first class game, being 100 not out overnight, the best night's sleep you'll ever get, and the best feed you'll ever eat. Can Joe Clark and Will Young experience that? I'm sure they've done it a few more times in their past, but it's a sensational feeling. So we have a look at a pan view of the ground, looking beautiful, spattering of crowd still enjoying Joe Clark and Will Young's work.
And the sun is still on the Quantocks. It may not be over the ground at the moment, but it is in the distance.
I'll be chasing it home back to Weston-super-Mare shortly.
It's one of the loveliest views at a first-class cricket ground that in the country. Anywhere.
It certainly is.
Sun just peeping out again.
Rather unlucky Pretorius, back to finish his day's work. Is there one little moment of brilliance? Or just creak a door open. He's gone for the pull shot. Didn't quite get hold of it, but he's still going to pick up a couple of runs. Even the false shots today have managed to find a gap.
It is, you can see the tiredness in the Pretorius walk back to the mark.
More of a trudge now, isn't it? But I have to say, I haven't sensed at any stage a dropping of intensity, of effort levels. I think the Somerset bowlers have really put in a good shift. Great piece of fielding down there, and I think that really does.
Emphasises Somerset.
That's the word I was looking for. We all get tired, don't we, at the end of the day? It does emphasise my point. Josh Davey there, sprawling dive, helping his mate out.
It's great to see, isn't it?
I think that's a real indication of the attitude that I've been watching from up here, I'm sure. I mean, you echo that.
4:17 for 2 then. It was 48 for 2 at the end of the third over of the morning, and it's gone on to 417. And be another one here. Out to deep square leg. Just ambled through. So the day is almost done. And very much Nottinghamshire's day. Just a brief conversation going on before the last ball. Which is left alone, and that, I think, will be that. Yep, Russell Warren is going to pick off the bails, and the players will troop off with the evening sun behind them. And the two batters congratulating each other as well they might. Every reason.
Yeah, great day for Nottinghamshire and well deserved. Joe Clark and Will Young, 209 and 156 to finish Nottinghamshire on 418 for 2 off of 110 overs so far in their second innings. It's fair to say that they have shifted round the fortunes predicted with our Trade Nation win predictor. All things, I suppose, pointing for a draw, but I think with some positive batting or a cluster of wickets in the first session, you just never know. Please come and join us if you can't in person tomorrow morning. play will start at 11 a.m. and we look forward to seeing you here tomorrow.
Yeah, the percentage chance of a draw on that Trade Nation win predictor is up to 93 now. They're not thinking a Somerset or Nottinghamshire victory at all likely.
But if it was that predictable, Lammy, we'd never watch sport. So we'll be back here in the morning, and we hope you all tune in and come and enjoy, hopefully, an exciting first hour. Because let's face it, today has been a little bit less than exciting, but fair play to Joe.
That's all from us on day 3 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Thanks ever so much for all your support. Have a very safe journey home, and please do join us tomorrow, if you can, for the conclusion of this County Championship First Division match. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Drop that by 90 years.